Pucked in Paradise by Tyler Walker.
Sun, sand, and hockey players?
When the ice melts, things get hot.
I bet there's more than just sunburn heating up those beach bodies.
You have no idea. But YouTube's too cool for our steamiest scenes.
Where can I get the full experience, including the dirty deets that YouTube puts a stopper in?
Escape to tylerwalker.com and score the unabridged audiobook at 40% off with code SAVE40.
Like and subscribe for updates on more free content like this.
This is Tyler Walker's Pucked in Paradise.
Chapter 1. Maya. I blink slowly in the light from my laptop screen, disbelief making my eyes blurry. That can't be right, I murmur, the only recipient being my empty midtown apartment. The Detroit summer clings on to early September. My only saving grace is the exposed brick and high ceilings of my second-floor rental. Yesterday, my portfolio looked healthy, well in the green. Now, it takes a few minutes for me to register the blaring red staring back at me. The nest egg that I so cleverly invested for my future is gone. In its place is only my student debt and mounting bills. Even my current account, which had a generous amount of monthly living allowance, is in the negative. How is this possible? My voice comes out shaky. My apartment suddenly feels suffocating. As nice as it is, it's not going to answer my question. I pick up my phone, numbly navigating through my contacts and dialing my broker. I only get the beep of a voicemail. Richard, hi, it's Maya Johnson. I've just logged into my profile and it's giving me some strange results. Call me back as soon as possible, please. I tap my fingers on the table impatiently for a few minutes. My eyes strain back to my phone as if they're willing it to ring. With a huff, I pick it up and try again. A mechanical voice answers, informing me that the number I've dialed doesn't exist. I recoil, staring at the screen. I must have misdialed. My second attempt gives the same result, as does the third and the 5 times I try after that. Damn! The phone makes a dull thump as it lands on the table. I push back the dining chair with a screech on the wooden floor and jump to my feet. For a second, I stand there, my head spinning. Then I explode. That asshole! What the devil? I aim a kick at the end of the sofa, only managing to bump my toe in the process. Hopelessness crashes over me like a wave. I have to report this, but I'm not extremely hopeful something will come out of it. I straighten my tank top and slip my feet into some trainers. The walk to the police station is only 5 minutes, but sweat gathers along my hairline when I reach the shabby-looking doors. I fumble with the heavy door, almost losing my balance when someone opens it from inside. The guy lets me pass before he leaves, and I thank him with a tight smile. The reception area is quiet for a Saturday afternoon. A few kids sit on some of the hard wooden benches, looking morbid as their parents talk to an officer. The telltale sign of spray paint lingers on their hands and clothes. Another officer is just hanging up the phone as I reach the desk. She looks harrowed, her greasy ponytail lilting to one side as if she's been tugging on it. Her name badge reads, Officer Monroe. "Can I help you, miss?" she asks. I take a deep breath to calm myself, but my voice still comes out shaky when I speak. "I need to report a crime," I say, unsure of how this works. "What sort of crime?" she asks impatiently. Fraud, I guess. My broker ran off with my money," I say. The tears I've been fending off for the last hour prick behind my eyes. She pulls out a complex-looking form and hands it to me. "Fill this out. I'll see if I can find someone to take your statement." I thank her quietly and grab the form and pen. It takes less than 10 minutes to fill out the form, and just as long for Officer Monroe to beckon me over. The graffiti kids and their parents have left, and the officer who spoke to them takes over for her at the desk as she leads me down a fluorescent-lit hallway. "Can you tell me what happened?" she asks as we sit down in a small room. The only furniture is a table with a few chairs haphazardly placed around it. The hard plastic digs into my leggings as I shift. I'm still clutching the form, the paper crinkling slightly in my hold. I force myself to release it, splaying my fingers on the sticky table. I inherited some money from my aunt a year ago. I begin. I thought it would be smart to invest it, to have something to fall back on if I ever needed it. My breath stutters. I found a broker. He had an office and everything, so it didn't seem dodgy. But when I logged into my investment profile and my bank account, it was all gone. I wasn't able to contact him. A heavy weight settles in my stomach, those traitorous tears once again making a bid for escape from my burning eyes. Officer Monroe nods, taking the form from me and studying it. Maya, 26, physical therapist, she reads aloud. I nod, even though it wasn't a question. I see you've added the broker's contact details. We'll do a background check on him and go from there. Is this your main contact number? I nod again, feeling like a bobblehead. Okay, Maya, thank you for reporting this. We'll be in contact throughout the investigation. That's it? I think, though I just nod. Again. The sun is still blaring happily outside. The Italian restaurant across the street pumps out scents of garlic and melted cheese. It turns my stomach inside out. Even though I haven't eaten since this morning, my apartment is blessedly cool, though I can barely appreciate it. I slump against the wall next to the door, tears finally making a run for it and streaming down my face. I try to stifle my sobs, aware of my neighbors moving around just outside. Someone laughs, and it sets me off again. How does the world just go on when mine is falling apart? I allow myself a few minutes of feeling sorry for myself before I push away from the wall. I can figure this out, I say resolutely, pacing back and forth in front of the couch. I make a decent salary as a physical therapist for Detroit's Thunder Eagles. The professional ice hockey team has been rising in the ranks, and the team and their fans are positive they'll earn the Stanley Cup this season. I can ask for a raise if that happens, I murmur to myself. My head spins with numbers, trying to compare my salary and expenses. With a rush, I sit down in front of my laptop. Pulling up my last bank statement, I drag my notebook closer and start scribbling in it frantically. A few minutes later, my breath is coming short and fast as I study the mess of lines and arrows. Numbers have been written over each other, hurriedly written notes framing the chaos. I had been counting on using some of the returns of my investment to help pay off my student loan. This apartment was another splurge, not something I could have easily afforded without the backup my inheritance provided. I swear softly. Exhausted, I collapse onto the couch. My eyes trace the pattern of the molding on the ceiling. Something that brought me so much joy when I first saw this place only heightens my anxiety. I fumble for my phone and dial the first person on my favorites. My mom predictably answers on the first ring. Hi, Mama, I say weakly. Hi, sweetheart, what's wrong? I huff because she always assumes something is wrong when I call her. For once, she's right. My voice wavers as I explain what happened. My heart breaks because she lost her sister, and now I've lost what I had left of her. Oh, my darling girl, I'm so sorry. She pauses, and I know what's coming before she puts a voice to it. You know you always have a place with us. Just because we moved from Detroit doesn't mean your home isn't with us. I sigh, grateful but at the same time tired of having this conversation. I know, Mama, but my life is here. I made a commitment to the team to build my career here. I can't leave. It's more than just a job to me. My voice comes out hopeless, yet still slightly defiant. My parents tried their best to convince me to join them when they moved to a small, middle-of-nowhere beach house on the West Coast. After living in Detroit for all their lives, and mine, they wanted somewhere peaceful to retire. My mom sighs. I know, sweetheart. I wish we could help, but all our savings went into buying and renovating the house. She trails off, and I know she feels guilty. It's okay, Mama. I'll figure it out. I hang up with promises to visit soon, even though the season is in full swing, and I can't leave in case I'm needed. My thumb hovers over Charmaine's contact, but I know she'll be out. My best friend just started an event planning business, and her weekends are chock full. The thought makes me sit up so fast that my head spins, reminding me of my lack of nutrition today. While I was studying, I worked in restaurants and bars to have some extra pocket money. Maybe I can do that again. I sit down at my laptop, pulling up job listings for part-time work in my area. I chose this place because it's close to the team's base, so I want something nearby to stick to my short commute and save time. As I start sending applications, my cheeks heat. There's no way around it. This is embarrassing. At 26, with a master's degree in physical therapy and an amazing job, I never imagined I'd be begging for scraps. My pride stings with every digital swish that accompanies a sent email. When I've worked my way through what feels like hundreds of applications, I sit back with a sigh. Night has fallen outside, bringing with it a chill that feels more suited to this time of year. I wrap a blanket around my shoulders and walk out to my balcony. I curl up on the cozy egg chair I splurged on, staring at the sky. What am I going to do?
Chapter 2. Alexi. To another playoff season. The sound of glass clinking momentarily drowns out the chatter and laughter of the other patrons in the Lion's Mane. Steve Richards follows his eloquent toast by downing half of his beer, earning him jeers and taunts from our other teammates. The excitement in our group is palpable. I glance around at the group, letting the camaraderie wash over me. We're only a few games shy of clinching a playoff spot, which I'm not worried about. We're going all the way to the Stanley Cup final this year and taking it too. I spent my entire summer on the ice, working to hone my body and skill. At 28, I've reached the point in my career where I need a Stanley Cup win to my name. For the first time since I joined the Detroit Thunder Eagles, I feel like we have a chance. Steve laughs at something Troy says and nudges my shoulder. As the only other Canadian player in the team, we formed an easy friendship. What do you say, Scott? Should we get involved with that bachelorette party? I scoff, because no. Bachelorette parties are desperate, and it's just an invitation for a scandal with how media central our team has become. Not that I'm a pro at avoiding scandals, but whatever. Steve seems indifferent by my usual aloofness. Another reason why he's my only close friend on the team. He's the outgoing to my broody, the cool-headed to my sometimes explosive temper. That's why I'm the defenseman and he's the center. We make a great team on the ice, all good cop, bad cop vibes. I'm drawn back to the present by our resident newbie, Jack Payton, who plops down next to me in the VIP booth. How are you feeling about your first season so far, P-Dog? Even Steve grimaces at his crappy attempt at a nickname. Yeah, back to the drawing board on the ice name, he says with a laugh. Jack grins. As captain, Steve has given all of us what he calls ice names. Mine? Stareman, as a nod to my apparently intense stare. Yeah, not very creative either. It's been pretty good, he says, running his hand through his golden blonde hair. Where mine is kept mostly short, Jack's reaches down to his shoulders when it's not up in a man bun. I wince internally. I'm not sure how long that's going to last in the pros, though I guess as a goalie he won't be in the thick of it. You've been doing great, man, Troy, our starting left winger, says with a pat on Jack's back. Everyone's been talking about your game. It's pretty impressive. Jack dips his head at the praise, his pale skin flushing pink under the bar's dim lighting. I have to agree, I supply. As senior players, Steve, Troy, and I were included in deciding on our new goalie when the previous guy retired. We watched hours of footage on college and entry draft games. Your communication is good, and you have great control on rebounds. You just need to keep your head when you miss a goal. It happens. I'm met with 3 sets of wide eyes aiming my way. What? I ask defensively. I know I'm right. Steve huffs out a disbelieving laugh. I think that's the most words I've heard you say in one go, especially to a newbie. He turns to Jack. Count yourself lucky, Pepe. I ignore the surprisingly decent new nickname and glower at Steve. He laughs loudly, cuffing me on the shoulder. And that's why he's called Stairman. All is right with the world again. I roll my eyes but can't help the twitch pulling at the corner of my lips. The guys fall into easy conversation, discussing everything from their summer adventures to the plays we're practicing next week. My first warning is Steve tensing next to me, and then I hear the loud voices of the bunch of pricks entering the bar. I look up from the beer I'm nursing and swear under my breath. The Chicago Blue Chimps, accurate freaking name, are weaving their way through the bodies occupying the bar towards our booth, our greatest rivals and the team that stole the Stanley Cup from us last season in the finals. Needless to say, there's no love lost between our teams. I place my hands on my thighs under the table to hide the clenching of my fists. These guys knew we would be here tonight. There are countless bars in Detroit. I have no doubt they came here for trouble. Steve casts a warning glance around our table, his easygoing nature quickly disappearing under his captain's mask. Don't engage, boys. Save it for the ice next weekend. We all nod, though my blood is already rushing white-hot through my veins. I see a similar stormy expression on Troy's face. Well, looky here at what we found. The captain of the Blue Chimps, Mike Prunell, staggers over to our booth, leaning his palms on our table. I can feel my jaw ticking in annoyance. Prunell, pleasure as always, Steve responds, a single eyebrow raised as if to say, what the hell do you think you're doing? I have to agree. You know, Richards, sarcasm is the lowest form of humor. His gaze lazily swings over to me, although you're quite familiar with the lowest of the low already, so I don't blame you. He sneers, his veneers glinting in the flickers of light from the candle on our table. Don't react. Don't react. Don't react. It annoys me that Prunell knows exactly what buttons to press. We attended the same school, but our childhoods couldn't have been more different. I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks, constantly fending off attacks, whether from my drunkard father or other kids in our rough neighborhood. Prunell, on the other hand, was raised in a mansion with everything his little black heart desired, a detail he never let me forget. My mother, the kindest soul I've known, always tried to remind me that no one knows what happens behind closed doors. She felt sorry for him, because he was raised by nannies and his parents barely acknowledged him. That doesn't entitle him to acting like a little bitch, I'd reply, and she'd swat my arm for the swear word. God, I miss her. I lean back, feigning casualness, and take a sip of my beer. The usually bitter taste rolls sourly over my tongue. We don't want any trouble, man. Just having a few beers with our teammates, Steve placates, but the tick in his jaw mirrors mine. Prunell scoffs and straightens up, wiping his hands as if touching the table infected him. 2 of his teammates flank him, the burly guy on his right cracking his fingers. I sigh. Here we go. I nudge Jack to shift out of the booth so I can get out. My teammates follow, and I utilize the few inches I have over Prunell to stare him down. Leave it alone, Prunell. Go back to whatever hole you crept out of. Prunell's eyes narrow, and he steps forward the smallest bit. Sure, man. I'll go back to the dirty hole your mother lives in. How about that? I think he realizes his mistake just as Steve does. His eyes widen slightly at what must be pure rage emanating from my face. Steve isn't fast enough to stop the punch before it crashes straight into Prunell's rich boy nose. The crunch is as satisfying as it is sickening. Blood starts streaming from his nose. Suddenly, the only noise I can hear is the whooshing of blood in my ears. I shake my hand out and look around, the glinting of phone camera lenses reflecting around me. The bar is absolutely silent while Prunell tries to stop the blood gushing from his nose. Then, pandemonium fills the void with shouts, the sound of flesh hitting flesh, and glasses, chairs, and tables crashing. I lose myself in the fight. There are 6 of them and 4 of us, but we have the passion of defending our home ground. Jack manages to floor one guy and ducks as another guy throws a sloppy punch at his head. He knees the guy in the balls, a wild laugh escaping him when the guy collapses. Dirty move, but effective. I'm just checking where Steve and Troy are when I'm distracted by flashing lights. The next sound that reaches me is a loud siren. As one, every hockey player stills, knowing that this fight is at an end. The next hour is chaotic as the police storm in, review videos from the fellow bargoers, and question us. Jack is still grinning, the adrenaline of his first fight no doubt rushing through his veins. Mr. Scott, please come with us. I sigh, rubbing my sore knuckles as I follow the officer out of the bar. The blue light gets overtaken by white flashes, and I swear under my breath when I see the reporters waiting outside the bar. Doesn't matter what I tell them. I threw the first punch. Ergo, I'm guilty. The sun is already peeking over the horizon when Steve drops me off in front of my apartment. Thanks for bailing me out. I force the words out between a stiff jaw. He sighs, tilting his head for me to get out. I avoid eye contact while I get out, shame rushing alongside the rage that never abated. I've barely entered my penthouse apartment when my phone starts screaming at me. I answer even as I walk to the freezer to pull out a bag of frozen peas. What, Howard? I inhale sharply as I place the frozen peas on my jaw, where I took a pretty decent uppercut. Alexei Volkov Scott. I wince at the sound of my full name booming through the speaker. Are you kidding me? Tell me what I'm seeing isn't true. My phone pings and I pull it away from my ear to look at the screenshot he sent. Yeah, there's no denying that's me being pulled away by the cops. A YouTube link follows, only showing me and Prunell facing off, and then me throwing a punch. It's no big deal, man. His nose wasn't even broken. The excuse sounds weak even to my own ears. No big deal? My manager's usually deep voice sounds almost shrill now. No big deal? You realize you can be deported for this. They won't deport me. I'm the star defenseman for the team, and my contract is for at least the next year, I retort with a scoff, wincing as I shift the peas from my face to my knuckles. Howard sighs, and I can almost feel his frustration leaking through the phone. Criminal charges are enough cause for expulsion, Alex, he says. If Prunell presses charges, your contract is void, and your sports visa is out the door. I didn't realize that. Howard tells me to get some rest and think about how I'm going to clean up my act, then hangs up with a tired sigh. The last of my anger fades away under a looming sense of concern. What am I going to do?
Chapter 3. Maya. I stop right outside the entrance to the Thunder Eagles building, taking a moment to fix my professional mask in place. I focus on my breathing while I tug on one of my braids. The movement draws my attention to the tattoo on my wrist. The small outline of a lotus flower stands out against my caramel skin. A sad smile tips up the corner of my lips. I got the tattoo as a symbol of rebirth and personal growth when I graduated college. I was so excited to start my career and work towards being one of the best in my field. I rub my thumb over it, trying to suck up the motivation and passion it represents. Finally, I push open the glass door, Hawaiian couture, and smile at one of the players as he passes me on the way out. Morning skate must have just finished, and some of the other players will have stayed behind for the optional practice. When I reach the therapy room, I close the door and lean back against it, feeling too much like I did on Saturday when I returned from the police station. I haven't heard anything from Officer Monroe. I guess it would be too much to hope for the asshole being arrested and all my money returned within 2 days. I startle when the door vibrates with a knock on the other side, then pull my shoulders back and paste on a smile. The team's massage therapist breezes into the room. Maya, good morning. Oh, hi, Melanie. I admire her outfit for a second. She really embraces the massage therapist Zen vibe with flowy skirts and an assortment of beaded bracelets. I love it, even though my style is more yoga pants and tanks or stretchy, comfortable slacks with a blouse for work. Today's blouse is a deep blue, matching my equally blue Monday. I fix a smile on my face, hoping she doesn't notice that it's not at its normal full wattage today. Did you have a good weekend? Melanie grins and opens the shared cabinet of creams and oils, probably preparing for her post-practice influx. I start to do the same, perching behind my laptop to check my schedule for the day. It was amazing. Sam and I tried out that new rooftop bar in Greektown. Girl, the talent that hangs out there. I think I had like 6 waves on Saturday night. I laugh, a little bit of the tension leaving my shoulders. Melanie and Sam, the social media manager, always have the wildest stories about their sexcapades. They've both just come out of long-term relationships, and they're living their best single lives. Melanie perches on the edge of my desk, regaling me with a story about the French model she took home over the weekend. And then he turns around and he's like, "My bell rose," and I swear my panties exploded. She fakes a swoon and I roll my eyes at her dramatics. There's nothing like a foreign accent, is there? I laugh again, feeling a bit more like me. Right, those muscly calves aren't going to massage themselves. She hops up, promising to see me later for our mid-afternoon coffee. Once I'm alone again, my smile drops. I'm fully booked with appointments for this morning, the players wanting to make sure they're at full spec before the next game. I start pulling out the equipment I need, the routine motions finally dulling the noise in my head. The morning rushes by. It feels good to be distracted, and I put up a good face, smiling and joking with the players. Despite that, I constantly have a heavy feeling in my heart. I say goodbye to Jack, the new goaltender, and check my phone. It's almost lunchtime and the first break I've had today. Charmaine's reply is short and sweet. "Call me." I look around the studio. While I'm in here, anyone could walk in for an ad hoc check. I dial my best friend's number as I walk to the stairwell. She answers immediately, sounding out of breath. "Hey, babe, let me just jump off the treadmill real quick." I hear the background hum of the treadmill slowing and stopping as she huffs into the phone. While she's busy, I sit down sideways on a step, leaning my back against the wall. God, I hate running. I smile. That's because you're running on a treadmill. It's boring as hell, I say jokingly. I know she prefers not having to deal with dodging pedestrians and cars when she's using all of her energy to run. She's not lying. She really hates it. Pfft, I don't need all those skinny fit people judging me while I huff and puff down the street. Thank you very much. I hear a door close and know she's probably plopping down on her outdoor sofa. The weather is amazing again today. Not that I noticed much of it on my walk to work. Charmaine must sense the mood shift because her voice is filled with concern when she speaks again. So what's going on, my lovely? Her propensity to use pet names is one of my favorite things about her, and I appreciate it even more at this moment. I'm so screwed, Char. I pause, taking a moment to figure out where to start. I told her about the basics over text, but she doesn't know the gravity of it yet. I explain about the inheritance, the broker, and the heart-wrenching moment on Saturday when I saw it all fall apart. I finish with the calculations I did after I got back from the police station, the mounting bills, and my guilt of losing my inheritance due to my own bad judgment. Oh no, you don't get to feel guilty about this. This is fully due to the broker's crappy actions. Who does that asshat think he is? She says, the anger in her voice slightly mollifying my heartache. There's nothing like the ire of a best friend. I don't know what I'm going to do, Char. He took... My voice catches and I take a deep breath. He took everything. I'm in so much debt, and I don't see a way out. Charmaine sighs heavily. I wish I could help, honey. I'd lend you money, but you know I've thrown all my savings into building the business. I shake my head, even though she can't see me. No, don't be ridiculous. I don't expect you to solve my financial issues, just my emotional ones. I joke, though it falls flat. My only hope is that the police find him and get him to return my money. I twist a braid around my finger, a sickening mix of doubt and hope settling in my stomach. Oh, honey. Charmaine hesitates for a second. I don't mean to be neg, but how realistic is it that they're going to find him? I mean, these kinds of people do this for a living. They know how to swindle and get away with it. I loop my braid over my finger tighter, scratching at it with my thumbnail. Do you really think so? There's no chance to get it back? I'm sorry. I really don't think you should place your hopes on it. A flare of disappointment stabs me at her words. She's probably right. I sigh. I'll have to think of something else then. I tip my head back against the stairway wall, staring at the ceiling. I know you'll have made a million lists, so hit me with it. What are the options? I laugh softly. I am obsessive about making lists. Well, I've sent out applications for part-time work. I figure I did it in college, right? But with the hours I'm working and the requirement to travel with the team when they need me, I just don't know if anyone's going to bite. And your parents? I know you'd hate asking for help, but could they if you were desperate? I blink away sudden tears, thinking of my conversation with my mom. No, I spoke to my mom on Saturday after it happened. They just bought the new house and renovated it, and they need the remainder of their retirement funds to generate income for them to live on. She snaps her fingers, the sound loud through my phone's speaker. What about doing some physical therapy consultations outside of the Thunder Eagles? There are other athletes in Detroit, right? And normal people who hurt their knees and such. I have an exclusive contract with the team. I can't provide PT sessions outside of my job. Crap, Charmaine says, and I can hear her pacing in the background. My heart swells for my best friend. Even though we're so different, we've been attached at the hip since we met on the first day of freshman year. I love you, Char. Thank you. I just really needed to shoot some ideas around. She sighs. I wish I had something. I would offer for you to help with events, but they're mostly over the weekends when you'd be on call for games. I bite my lip. I did think of that. Yet another dead end, and with every idea that goes to boot, my spirits sink deeper. Yeah, I thought of that too, I say out loud. Thanks, Char. I'll keep you updated. Chin up, girl. You're wicked smart and dedicated to your dreams. I know you'll find a way. I'll back you. I reassure Charmaine that yes, I'm sure I'll figure something out. But when she hangs up, my shoulders slump. Despite her pep talk and support, I feel even more hopeless than before. I pull myself up and roll my neck, preparing my game face. I need to do everything perfectly to excel at this job, and I can't let this distract me while I'm at work. With that paper-thin resolve propping me up, I pull open the swinging door, only to be met with a bulky 6'3" defenseman, leaning against the wall. His steely blue eyes are fixed on me with a sense of determination. My heart stutters. Can we talk?
Chapter 4. Alexei. I stroll through the hallway, my easy gait belying the racing thoughts in my head. I've just come out of a meeting with Howard and Sam, the social media manager. They grilled me to death. I scoff as I think of their rapid-fire assault. What is your plan to fix this? Do you have a plan to fix this? I hope to hell you have a plan to fix this, Alexi. You need to get your act together and turn this around ASAP. I like you, Alex, but I'm tired of cleaning up your online messes. The last one, from Sam, was painful. The woman is hardcore. And she's not wrong. She's had to clean up a lot of my messes lately. I sigh, the cloud of dread feeling almost visceral over my head, but then stop next to the stairwell. Is that? I hear the melodic voice of our physical therapist, but she sounds muted. I step closer, leaning casually against the wall next to the door. Expect you to solve my financial issues. Just my emotional ones. Financial issues? Curiosity piqued, I tilt my head to hear better. My only hope is that the police find him and get him to return my money. She sounds tearful and I run her face through my memory. Maya helped me recently with a mild twinge I had on my wrist, which turned out to be nothing. She was professional and always upbeat and cheerful. The guys always joke about how her smile can light up the whole building. I listen shamelessly as she talks on the phone. It becomes more and more clear that she's in some dire financial situation. I frown. Surely she makes good money working here. Something must have happened if I'm judging from the comment about the police. An idea starts percolating in my head. I roll it around in my mind, considering every aspect. This might just work. I hear Maya getting up and heading towards me, and determination fills me. If she's as desperate as I am, this really could work. She startles slightly when she sees me, her hazel eyes widening slightly before she puts her customer service smile on. Now that I know, I can see the cracks in her normally warm, inviting features. Can we talk? Hi, Alexei. Sure, is it about your wrist? Her brows furrow in concern. I smile and reassure her. My wrist is great, thanks to you. It's about something else. Have you had lunch? She tilts her head slightly, her concern bleeding to confusion. I haven't yet, why? Join me? My tone is casual, a stark contrast to the significance of the conversation I have planned for us. She looks unsure, but then shrugs. Sure, let me just grab my bag. I walk with her to the therapy room, watching as she double-checks her schedule. Her eyes catch on some equipment left out from her last appointment. Shooting an apologetic smile at me, she quickly straightens up the room. I take a moment to study her while she's distracted. Her black braids hang past her waist, swinging back and forth when she moves. It's almost as hypnotic as the way her hips move. She's slim, but not without curves, and her dark caramel skin looks silky soft. Ready? Where are we going? I take a moment to consider. The conversation we're about to have will be sensitive, so we need somewhere private, but not so private that she'd be weirded out. What about Tony's? It's just around the corner and the guys rave about it. Oh, I love Italian food. I don't know why, but my brain feels the need to store that tidbit somewhere. 10 minutes later, we're seated in the back of the small cafe, cucumber waters in front of us. Maya brushes her black braids over her shoulder as she studies the menu. I weirdly wonder if they'd be soft or coarse to the touch, then shake my head slightly. I'm not here to actually romance her. On that note, there's something I need to check before I commit to this idea. I take on a slightly teasing tone. I'm not going to get into trouble for taking you to lunch, am I? Like, say, by a jealous boyfriend? Maya scoffs. No boyfriends here, but my best friend is always jealous that I work with you guys. She laughs but shoots me a slightly puzzled glance. Luckily, the waiter arrives to take our order before she can wonder why I'm asking about a boyfriend. When we've ordered, the waiter takes our menus and leaves us to our secluded corner. I fold my hands on the table and study her. Time to get down to business. I heard parts of your conversation in the stairwell. Are you okay? Maya's eyes widen in alarm, her lips parting slightly. She stammers a bit, and I hold up a brusque hand. I'm not going to say anything, don't worry. I actually have a proposition for you. Maya loosens a breath, whether in relief or tension, I'm not sure. She blinks at me for a second. What do you mean? She finally asks, tentatively. Before I get into it, I need to know exactly how much trouble she's in. I wave her question away. Tell me what happened, I say, trying to keep my voice conversational instead of accusing. There's so much hanging on this, and I need her on my side. Maya looks around, understanding lighting in her eyes. Our table is so secluded that only the waiter would be able to hear anything while he's tending to us, and we'd be able to see him coming before he's close enough to overhear. She turns back to me, and I have to fight not to squirm under her assessing gaze. She's usually so open, but in this moment I can see how much the situation is weighing her down. I smile reassuringly. You can tell me. I'm pretty sure I can help, I say. She sighs and delves into the story. She's almost disjointed from the words coming from her mouth, like she's separating herself to avoid the heartbreak it must cause to be repeating it again. What I don't expect is the white-hot rush of anger at the bastard who ran away with her money. I push it aside. I need to stay focused on my goal here. So, that's it, Maya finishes. I still don't see how we can help each other. I won't take charity. Her shoulders straighten as she says that, and I nod once in approval. I wouldn't want to get involved with a gold digger, after all. I rub the back of my neck while I decide how much to tell her. Enough to convince her, but not so much that I'd feel my privacy was violated. I take a sip of my water while I think. I don't know if you saw the news this weekend. I start slowly, my eyes mapping every micro-expression on her lovely face. She shakes her head almost ironically. I was a bit caught up in my own issues this weekend, she replies, lowering her gaze. Right, of course. Well, I got into a pretty public fight, and there's a lot of negative press on me at the moment, I say matter-of-factly. Howard and Sam are pushing me to do something drastic to fix my image. Okay? Maya asks, clearly unsure where I'm going with this. I hesitate, not keen to share more, but I think I need to. I'm here on a sports visa. If they don't renew my contract at the end of the season, I'll be deported. Before I can continue, the waiter arrives with our food. My steak is still sizzling slightly, the side salad crisp and drizzled with balsamic glaze. I watch as Maya breathes the fragrant steam lifting from her bowl of penne arrabbiata. The scent of tomatoes and chili wafts over to me. She glances at me questioningly, but I focus on cutting into my steak. It's perfectly cooked, juicy but firm. Looks like the guys were right. After a few bites, Maya clears her throat. Shouldn't you be talking to Sam about this? I'm not really an expert with the media. I smile slightly, weirdly drawn to her openness. Then my normal stern facade returns as I lean forward. The way I see it, we both have a problem, and I know how to solve both at the same time. Maya inhales sharply, a flash of hope filling her eyes, though she still looks confused. Her graceful fingers grip the fork. How? Her voice is breathy, unsure. They're two completely different and unrelated issues. I smile and drop the bomb. We'll get married. I lean back in my seat, steak forgotten for the moment as I watch her reaction. It seems like 1,000 emotions flash across her face. Shock, disbelief, confusion, shock again, and then she laughs. I keep watching her, my lips pursed, waiting for it to sink in that I'm serious. It doesn't take long. Those beautiful hazel eyes widen, and she gapes at me for a second. Wait, for real? I nod sharply. She fiddles with the napkin on her lap. How is that going to help us? Simple. I'll take care of your financial problems. A romance will act as a distraction for the press. If the image revamp doesn't work, I can at least stay on a marriage visa. Mutually beneficial. It will only have to be for a year or two, and then we can quietly get divorced and go our separate ways. I pause for a second, gearing myself up for what could potentially be the hardest part for her. It will have to be convincing Maya. No one can know that it's a sham, or my hockey days and your career will both go down in flames. Not your friends or family, especially not our colleagues. I can see the wheels turning behind those big eyes, the flecks of gold in them drawing my gaze like starlight. I don't want to push her, but surely she sees that she has no other option. If what she just told me is true, she'd have to do something drastic to fix it, and I'm convinced that I'm the something drastic she needs.
Chapter 5. Maya. I twist one of my braids on my finger tightly, then untwist, then twist again. Never would I have thought I'd find myself in this kind of situation. I hadn't even thought about marriage yet, from anyone. And now here I am, facing a marriage proposal from a man I barely know anything personal about. This is not how I expected this life-changing moment to go down. His proposition makes sense. It isn't baseless. There's clear benefits for me that are, of course, appealing. A fake marriage might honestly be easier than finding that damn guy that stabbed me in the back. And what would I do when I found him anyway? I pursed my lips in thought. But how could we even sell this legitimately? We're professional acquaintances, not even friends. Ouch, Alexi jokes. I stare him down. This is not the time to make fun of anything. He leans back, looking much more serious. He crosses his arms over his broad chest, his biceps straining under his training shirt. I'm just going to ignore how that made my mouth water just now. He sighs. To the outside world, I'm a blank slate. No one knows what's going on in my personal life. Certainly not my dating life. Okay, but I'm much more of an open book than you. I pick my fork back up and tap it lightly against the plate. I have a history of being a terrible liar. No one would ever believe I could have kept something like this a secret. The public doesn't know that. They barely even know who you are. This all works to our advantage. He's starting to sound like the broker did when he was trying to sell his services. Maybe this could all be some elaborate trap, but for what? He has nothing to gain from me besides a visa. Look, he leans in close. I think we should set up a little scene for the paparazzi. Get the news out there. We don't have to show who you are yet. That way we have time to make it more believable for the team. I'll tip them off as to where we are, hide you mostly behind a tree or something, and let them take a few shots. I begin to push the food around my plate, making little shapes out of the sauce. It wouldn't be that much work for me, especially if we plan to keep my identity a secret for a while. All it really comes down to is signing a little piece of legal paper and getting paid. Heavy emphasis on getting paid. All the bills are piling up in the back of my mind. Had the broker done this at the beginning of the month, I would have had time to cancel some of my stupid subscriptions. But no. Now I have to pay for unnecessary streaming accounts I didn't even use this month. And the useless things I bought. I certainly had no need to buy matching kitchen utensils, and yet I did because they were on sale. Now nothing seemed worth the price in my eyes. All the money I wasted so carelessly because I put my trust in a so-called professional. I should have planned for a possibility like this, but of course I didn't. This marriage really might be the only way out of this situation. As much as I hate to rely on other people for help, I see no other option. I almost feel bad taking his money and giving barely anything in return. Marriage was never something incredibly important to me, but I suppose I should start considering some realities. Being married means that I won't be able to get married again without getting a divorce. Not that Alexei would stop the process if he had citizenship by then, but it would still take a long time to get through. On top of that, I'd be in the public eye as a married woman. I'd never be able to date around if I wanted. But is any of that really important? I am finally successful. I have my dream career and my dream job. I'm sure I could be happy for the rest of my life with just that, and I'd only be married in the eyes of the law and media, not by my own judgment. The food in front of me starts to blur together as my thoughts race on and on. My free hand goes straight back to my braids, twisting and toying with them. The aftertaste of the food on my tongue is going bitter and making me slightly nauseous. I just need time. Time to think. Time to settle. Time to make a proper decision. But I don't have time. My bank account is negative now, and the bills are due now. Everything is happening now, right now, at this moment. It's all too much. Too fast. Alexi clears his throat to grab my attention. So I know you don't have much of a choice. Your situation is unfortunate, but I'm your only way out. This isn't really a question of whether to say yes or not. You don't have the luxury of choice right now. I know. I finally snap. I look into his eyes. He is determined and clearly not backing down. He's right. Choice is an illusion. He's asking, but really he's telling me. Maybe I should consider myself lucky he heard me in the stairwell and is even offering me this avenue of escape in the first place. Of course I want to help him. I know how badly he wants to stay on this team. The boys are all so close. They would be devastated to lose anyone. Then again, he got himself in this situation. He made the choice to fight knowing full well what the consequences would be, not to mention the media storm he is going through. He needs me to be his mystery woman to change the narrative. I'm not dating right now. I'm not even considering it, but it's the principle. It's the knowledge that I won't be able to if I agree to this. My own morals wouldn't allow it, regardless of the paparazzi. And I can't let anything distract me right now from advancing my career. I'm so close to getting the recognition I so desperately want. I've worked so hard to get to this point, put many hours into learning the most obscure skills in the field, just so I could be one of the top sports physical therapists. I can't let it all go to waste now because of some stupid marriage plot. But then again, I won't get very far if I have to quit and find a new job that covers the bills a bit more. I have to get back to practice. Alexi breaks my train of thought. I need an answer now. The walls are closing in. He is the only door I see, the only way out of this mess. I can't forget that he needs me to. This isn't just a selfish deal for me to leech off him financially. He gets his benefits and I get mine. So, he asks. The smallest hint of arrogance in his voice irritates me as much as it makes my heart race. I take a deep breath. Okay. I nod. I'll do it. He smirks. I knew you would. Don't look so happy. I roll my eyes. I'll send over some money after the first paparazzi shoot. All right. He stands, throwing his napkin on the table. I'll see you back at the stadium. Yeah, I'm right behind you. He leaves. I watch him walk out of the restaurant in that same aloof and mysterious style he always uses out in public. If you looked at him now, you would never even know the conversation we just had, the life-altering decision both he and I just made. Well, I guess I better get ready to face the rest of the team. I know I'll be a wreck for the rest of the day. I don't know how I'm not just going to spill this secret the moment someone asks what's wrong. For both mine and Alexi's sake and reputation, I need to keep my mouth shut. I need to let him take the lead on all this so I can reap my rewards. Oh God, what did I just get myself into?
Chapter 6. Alexei. I unlocked my door with the passcode. I made sure to stand aside so Maya could see it. We need to get this process started as soon as possible. The door opens and I allow Maya to enter first. I walk closely behind her, very conscious of the gathering press behind me. I never give them the opportunity to take pictures inside my house. I have tinted glass, or one-ways for all the windows, and usually only open the front door enough to slide in. I notice Maya briefly looking around, taking in the slight mess. Besides some hockey gear and dishes, the place is clean and smells of chemical products. I barely spend enough time here to make too much of a mess anyway. And I have a cleaning crew that comes twice a month to deep clean, just to save myself the stress. I lead her to my glass coffee table, motioning for her to sit on the couch. I take a seat next to her and grab the notepad and pen I had already prepared. Maya anxiously taps her foot on the floor. She is using one hand to mess with her hair and the other twiddles with her clothing. She is sitting on the very edge of the couch, clearly uncomfortable and trying to take up as little space as possible. I fully relax back, trying to show her that she's welcome to do the same, but she doesn't move. She's going to have to get comfortable here pretty fast. We both need to agree completely on everything if this is going to work, I say, all business. Maya nods. I'll outline the terms I want, and then you can add whatever. Sounds good. Her voice is soft and quiet, like how she would talk on a crowded bus. She's always monitoring herself, manipulating her behaviors to accommodate other people. I nod, picking up the pen. Firstly, we need to agree never to tell anyone the truth. Don't forget this is a legal contract and I can sue you if you break it. Maya nods. Okay. But seriously, you can't tell anyone, even your family. And I will do the same. I underline this section 3 times to emphasize what is most likely of highest importance in this situation. I got it. That's fine. She motions for me to move on. We have to show affection when in public. I plan to set up at least 2 dates a week so the press gets enough material to make it look real. A non-negotiable is kissing. If we never kiss, everyone will catch on. I look at Maya to see if she's following. She is focused solely on the paper, watching as I list the things I say. She nods along. Progress. Okay, we're committing to this for a year until both my visa and my contract are renewed. That way I can use a marriage visa as a backup if needed. Is that reasonable to you? Maya thinks for a moment. Yeah, that's fine. All right. And of course, I'll pay you for the entire span, maybe add a bonus at the end for sticking it through. At the moment, I had no reason to believe she would bail. However, I think adding a little incentive couldn't hurt. Just a layer of protection for my image to make sure we reach the end goal. Maya does not acknowledge it, so I move on. After the year is over, I continue, I think we should stay married for a bit longer to make the divorce look less intentional. I think if people catch on to the fact that my visa is in danger, a divorce will finalize their theories. We don't have to live together or have dates past that point, though. Live together? She interrupts. Obviously. We can't be married and live separately. Had she really not thought of this? Well, yeah, I just wasn't ready for that yet. Unfortunately, you have to be. We need to cohabitate as soon as possible. I state. I wait for her to say something, but she remains silent in thought. So I move on. But you have to stay available for that year in case we need to make a public appearance. Okay. I think dragging out the divorce is a good plan, Maya says matter-of-factly. Great. I tap the pen against the paper, thinking through everything to make sure I didn't forget anything important. I have a few to add. Maya breaks my thoughts. I nod for her to go on. Just because I'm your wife doesn't mean you can expect me to be cooking or cleaning for you. That's fair, I agree. How about we split household chores to keep it even? We can also provide food for ourselves. Okay, that's good. Write it down. I detail the arrangement. Anything else? Yes. We sleep in separate bedrooms. Fine by me, I add it to the list. If any of the guys come over, we can just move some of your stuff to my room. I need a lock on my bedroom door, and you cannot disturb me unless I tell you to. Privacy. Got it. I look at her. You can also use the upstairs bathroom, and I'll keep to the master bath. Okay, I think this will work out. She bounces her leg up and down. I guess that means no dating, huh? No, I reply a little too fast. She leans back. Okay, it was just a joke. I will not be seen as cheated on or a cheater. I value fidelity. Maya shakes her head. I feel the same way. Don't worry, I'll be a faithful partner. Good. I'm writing that down. There is a moment of silence between us. I feel confident about the rules we have arranged. I think this will work with very few conflicts. We can have our separate spaces, rarely interact, and put on a show to the outside world. In here, we're 2 separate people sharing a space, like college roommates more than a married couple. Oh, Maya speaks again. One more question. Ask. I sit back, ready to listen. What about intimacy? Since, you want to be exclusive and probably have, physical needs. She looks so shy when she says it. It's actually kind of adorable. But her question caught me off guard. It had never occurred to me that she would even consider something like that. No, I say plainly. I can manage on my own. No need to involve you. Yeah, of course. I don't know why I even felt the need to ask. Maya laughs awkwardly. I write in heavy lettering, "No sex requirement" at the bottom of the page. That way she can't go down the line and try to sue me for sexual harassment or something. Well, that's all I have. Anything else you want to add? Maya motions for the paper. I hand it to her. She reads down the list carefully, assumingly checking all of my wording to make sure everything is how it should be. She hands it back to me. It looks good. I add 2 small X's at the bottom of the page to indicate our signatures. I sign first and pass it back to her. She hesitates for just a moment, rereading the document, then signs her name as well. All right, I'll get this sent over to my lawyer to make it official as soon as possible. I begin typing out an email on my phone with a photo of the paper. Okay, Maya sighs and then, quietly, no going back now. I elect to ignore that comment and finish up the email. I hit send and set my phone back down. I turn to her. I think you should stay the night tonight. I noticed some paparazzi when we were walking in. Maya's eyes widen at this prospect. Oh, okay, I guess. I don't have any of my stuff. Don't worry about it. You can borrow whatever you need and I'll take you back in the morning. I stand. All right, Maya stutters, rushing to stand and follow after me. We can start getting some of your belongings and transitioning them over while we're at it. I start to make a plan. Oh, you meant as soon as possible, like soon, she rambles. Maya, I face her warningly, my tone low. You already agreed to this and signed the contract. Don't back out now. She throws her hands up. I wasn't. Just caught me off guard. We can start getting my stuff tomorrow, that's fine. I search her face for any hint of doubt. Though she looks stressed and a little anxious, I find nothing but determination. Maya isn't backing out on me now. The ship has sailed. All right, clear your schedule then.
Chapter 7. Maya. I wake up to a bright light in my eyes. I groan and turn away, covering my face and trying to go back to sleep. The bed feels weirdly comfortable this morning, and the sheets crinkle unusually in my ear. My eyes flutter open slowly. I'm staring at an unfamiliar gray wall and laying on gray sheets. My brain feels fuzzy as I try to figure out where I am. Then the memories start flooding back. I'm in Alexi's guest bedroom. I sit up and gather my bearings. The smell of food greets me. There's bacon, maybe eggs. I haven't been woken up to the smell of fresh breakfast in a few years. It makes this empty, unfamiliar place start to feel like a real home. I pull myself out of bed. I'm wearing Alexei's clothes he lent me to sleep in. Would it be weird for him to see me in them? The business casual clothes I had on from the day before are laying folded on the ground next to me. They looked much less comfortable than the oversized t-shirt and shorts I currently have on, so I decide not to change. Besides, wearing your partner's clothes is a very normal thing in marriage, I think. Not that we're officially married yet. I follow the delicious scent of food downstairs to find Alexi standing at the stove, cooking. For some reason, I hadn't expected him to be the type to cook for himself. I thought he was more of an order-out kind of guy. But here he is, fully cooking his own breakfast. He looks focused and almost peaceful. I feel my heart flutter ever so slightly. Maybe he is more than just the steely cold hockey player I thought I knew. As to not disturb him, I quietly turn around, about to go back upstairs. Food's almost ready. He interrupts my exit. I turn back to him, a little surprised. Huh? The food. He points to the skillet. It's almost done. I try to form a proper sentence through my surprise. I thought we agreed to get our own food. Alexi smiles lightly. My heart races again for just a second. You said I shouldn't expect you to cook for me. Doesn't mean I can't cook for you. I raise my eyebrows. Now I look like a rude bitch for suggesting that while he's here, hard at work, willing to share the food that he not only bought, but also prepared. Alexi notices my thinking. Don't worry, I know you didn't expect me to be an amateur chef. I laugh slightly. Well, no, and I didn't mean I wouldn't share my food. It's just that I don't want you to always expect. Don't worry, I know exactly what you meant. He begins to plate the food. Okay, I respond quietly. He has turned into this sweet, understanding man overnight. Yesterday, he was so formal, so strict in everything he said. But this morning, he seems to be the kind of person I could almost see myself being friends with. I make myself useful and decide to set the table. He has plates already sitting out, waiting. I set them at the table across from each other. Where's the silverware? I ask. Alexi points to a drawer next to the sink. I gather 2 forks and set them beside the plates. I put 2 paper towels down as well. You know there's napkins, Alexi says rather condescendingly. The thought had not crossed my mind, as I had not wasted money on separate napkins and paper towels since moving out on my own. Noted for next time. I respond dryly. I'm not wasting the paper towels I already put out. Alexi brings the ketchup over and sits down. I take the other seat, and we both begin to eat in silence. Thank you, I say. No problem. How is it? Good, I reply. Ready for practice today? Of course. He says everything like it is the most obvious thing in the world. I heard Jake's knee is healing nicely. Yeah, he's able to go back to playing a little today. Alexi sits back and studies me. Those piercing dark blue eyes drilling through me. Will I ever get used to having his full attention like this? You're very knowledgeable, Alexi notes. What do you mean? About your job, you know a lot. I smile. Thanks. I put lots of time into professional development. Well, it pays off. The guys love you. I really enjoy working with everyone on the team, so to have the verbal confirmation that they enjoy working with me too is kind of rewarding. Well, I take a drink of water to clear my throat. I'm trying to become a top practitioner in the field this year. Good goal to work toward. Yes, and if you win the Stanley Cup, that would certainly help my chances of being recognized. I look at him. He smiles back. I'm planning on it. We continue to eat in a now relaxed quiet. I'm beginning to feel more comfortable around him, seeing that he's actually a human being beneath the exterior he puts on. So, Alexi says through a mouthful of food, why physical therapy? I shrug. I've always loved sports and science. That was the perfect blend. He nods in understanding. Why hockey? Alexi imitates my shrug. I grew up in a tough neighborhood. Professional hockey coach saw me ice skating on a lake and liked my skills. He took me and trained me. Then I started playing for teams right out of high school. Oh, I'm not sure why I always assumed he grew up rich just looking at his current lifestyle. I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't publicly send that information out. I laugh. I'm surprised you're able to keep it on the down low. I've noticed the paparazzi are a little hard to avoid. Very true. He wipes his mouth with the paper towel napkin. They already published a photo of your silhouette this morning. Wait, I wasn't aware of that. I hadn't even checked my phone yet this morning. They did? I nearly choke on a piece of bacon. I told you they were outside the house last night. I very much do not remember him telling me that. So they have a picture of what exactly? Stop stressing. It's just your back as you're walking into the house. You can't even see your hair color. I'm not sure why he's so calm about this. I thought we would be able to carefully plan out when I would be seen for the first time. Now the word is already out there. People are already going to be speculating. especially the rest of the team. Relax, Alexei looks me in the eye. His gaze slows down my racing thoughts. And I already contacted my lawyer to start solving your financial worries today. Oh, well, thank you then. I guess that's one less thing I'll have to worry about today. Yep. If you could send me a picture of a blank check to forward, that way he can just deposit it directly to your account. Alexi stands and takes the dirty plates to the sink. He begins hand washing them. I can wash them. I quickly stand and rush to the sink. I thought you said you wouldn't clean for me, he says snarkily. I put my hands on my hips. You cooked, I do the dishes. That's fair and even. All right then. He puts his hands up and steps back. Splitting up the work already. We signed and submitted the contract, right? He smiles. It's official. I shoo him away with my hands and get to work. He goes upstairs to get ready. Now all that's left is to officially sign the marriage documents. It just occurred to me that he might want a wedding. God, I hope not. I'm not wasting my first wedding experience on a legal transaction. We should have put that in the contract. Oh, and we have to start selling this to the team. And my family? I think I'm more worried about the team just because I physically see and interact with them every day. They know me as well as I know them. And they know my entire focus has been on my career and not romance. They'll never believe this little plan. We'll probably have to start acting affectionately during work. I never would act so casually in a work setting. Anything that could hurt my chances of becoming a top professional is off the table. I'm glad we talked about that this morning, so the idea can marinate in his mind. Surely he wouldn't want to risk his career either. Then again, this marriage is supposed to help save his visa and renew his contract. He needs this. I burned my hand on the water that had been slowly getting hotter. I was so lost in thought, I didn't even notice the water had begun to start steaming. I sigh in frustration and lean back, turning the faucet to cold. I'm not looking forward to going to work today. Usually I'm excited, confident, happy even to go in. But now Alexei has managed to turn my dream into something stressful and negative. I have to keep reminding myself that I need this arrangement too. Otherwise, I would probably have to move back in with my parents or give up this job. So it isn't a choice then. We can show affection in front of the team, especially since they've probably seen the news about this mystery girl. I have no idea how long he plans to keep my identity a secret for, but surely if he wants to get this process moving, then it won't be too far away. He'll even want to prove to his coaches, maybe some executives, that he has a plan to keep his visa. That means I'll be acting this way in front of my bosses. I should have thought this whole thing through before I signed away my soul.
Chapter 8. Alexi. As I approach the locker room door, I can hear the guys talking animatedly in hushed voices. I can feel an electricity in the air, and I can't lie. I'm excited that this is all because of me. I open the door with a purpose, head held high. All faces turn toward me as my teammates all break out into hoots and hollers, and there he is. Get a load of this hot shot. Brian slaps me on the back. Jake grabs my arm. Hey there, lover boy. The rest of the team quickly come and circle me, bumping and pushing me around. We saw the news last night. Someone's got a new girl. Steve winks. Well, I say, pushing some of them back to give myself some space. I wouldn't say new. The room breaks out into... as they all look at each other with excitement. I see a few of them start to speculate and theorize with each other in whispers. Not new, huh? Steve steps back and studies me. How long we talking? I look at all the guys, a smirk on my face. I have no intention of giving them any information, lies, before working out the finer details with my business partner. Well, after our nice conversation this morning, she feels like less of a business partner and more of a... friend? Why does my heart feel light and airy when I think of her now? It's not that I don't find her attractive, because I always have. I've noticed how pretty she was since I joined the team. But regardless, I was never attracted to her. Now I'm not sure. Just give us a range to work with, Daniel pipes up. I pretend to think as they egg me on. Okay, Daniel continues. I'll give you a meter, you tell me which way this leans. All right, I smile. On the far left is like first kiss, maybe second base level. Far right is more like you're considering marriage. I look at the team as they wait in anticipation for my response. They have no idea the bomb I'm about to drop on all of them. Hopefully, they buy the fact that I've been in a secret relationship for a while. I'd have to say, I tap my foot, dragging the moment out. Come on, man! Brian slaps my shoulder again. More toward the right. Brian's mouth drops as many eyebrows shoot up. There are rumbles of, did you know he was dating? And have you ever seen this girl? And various other astonished rumorings. I let them all chat for a while. The less I say directly, the better. We can work out the finer points tonight. I'm just spreading the breadcrumbs right now. Loud pounding comes from the door. Our coach shouts through the crack, "Boys, 2 minutes, let's go!" The crowd breaks up as the sound of clicking uniforms and gear fills the silence. I finally start to unpack my bag and sort out my gear. Steve sits on the bench behind me, lacing up his skates. "I've never seen you like this," he comments. I turn around. I am not acting any kind of way. He grins. "Yeah, you are. You're smiling like an idiot. No offense. And acting, I don't know, man. Excited when you talk about her, whoever she is." Have I really been like that? Or am I just that good of an actor? Well, maybe I went into the wrong career after all. Maybe this will be easier than I thought. "I disagree," I say, the jokingness flooding out of my voice. The thought of Maya does not make me happy. I should think of her and see a visa, and nothing else. "Okay, fine." He throws his hands up. I dress without saying anything else to him. I'm not entirely sure why I'm becoming so upset at the notion that I am in love. And to Steve's credit, he doesn't know the truth. So what else is he supposed to think? Of course he wants me to be happy. He thinks I have a real girlfriend. Daniel walks up next to me and elbows me in the shoulder. "You must really be in love with this girl to even consider marriage." All the guys laugh and agree. Steve gives me an "I told you so" look. Again, I'm selling this really well. I hope Maya can do the same and we'll be set. Get everybody speculating before we reveal that we're the ones together, not just two separate people in love. "Listen, man," Steve continues. I don't turn to face him. I keep focusing on securing my equipment and retaping my hockey stick. I feel Steve gently grab my arm and turn me to face him. "I'm just happy to see you excited about something other than your job." I shake my head. "This is more than just a job. This is fun for me, of course I'm excited." Steve sighs. "Yeah, I get that. But at the end of the day, you get paid to be here. This is something else that you're getting more than just money from." He's right. I'm not getting any money. In fact, I'm actively losing it. But there's a nice shiny visa and contract renewal at the end of this yellow brick road. Whatever. He pushes me away. "You don't have to listen or agree. I just wanted to let you know." "Got it," I say. "Thanks." Steve shakes his head and walks away. I can't fault anyone for believing this is real. I should be egging them on, having them propel these views onto other people just to help make my job easier. I can't let any of this personal stuff get in the way of my playing, though. It's not enough just to have the visa. I need to renew my contract. It's up at the end of this year, so I could be traded or just let go entirely. I can't let that happen. I need to focus more now than ever. I need to take this team to the Stanley Cup final. And then, we have to win it all. There is simply no other option. I realize that the rest of the team isn't facing the same stakes that I am. I know they still care about winning, but they aren't in danger of ending their careers if we happen to get second place. I am. I always strive to play my best, be my best at everything. But this year, this season. I need to be better than my best. I need to be damn near perfect if I want to prove to the coach and all the executives that they should keep me on. Otherwise, they'd get more money trading me off to some lower team. I can't let that happen. Ironically, the only person with nearly the same amount of pressure as me is probably Maya. Just another reason to reassure me that she won't back out of our arrangement. We are both dependent on this contract to keep living our dreams. And thankfully, Maya cares just as much about her career as I do. I know she won't let personal matters get in the way of her professional goals, so neither will I. "Hey, Jake!" someone shouts loudly over the din of the room. "How's your leg?" "I'm clear to play today," Jake announces. Some of the guys clap him on the back. Our team never feels complete with someone out with an injury. "Make sure you take it easy," I tell him. "We don't want you making anything worse and getting benched longer." Jake nods. "Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for anything too crazy. But hey, can you let Coach know I'll be a few minutes late? I'm just going to go check one last time with Maya to get a new bandage." "Sure thing," I say. My heart pounds much harder at the mention of her name in someone else's mouth. I'm the one who she's going to be married to. No one else needs to be talking about her. I can't let any of these guys make a pass at her. Not that I'm worried she'll run off with someone else, but I don't want to give her any chances. She doesn't need another guy to look at, to find an interest in. That will have to wait 2 years. Coach pounds on the door once again. "All right, boys. Time to get rolling. Come on out." Everyone gathers their helmets and sticks as we file out the door that is just a little too small for us in full gear. Most of us can't wear our helmets or we'll smack our heads off the top. Coach stands with his signature clipboard and scowl on his face. Never once does this man come into work happy, even after we win a game. I lock my helmet on and smack the side of my head a few times. I just need to set my mind straight before getting out on the ice. There's no room for error, even in practice. I need to use this time to work and get better so that I'm nothing but professional during our games. I twist my head to get a few knots out of my neck. I feel as prepared as I'm going to be right now. I'll have to work with where I'm at for the day. I kick off my skate guards and jump into the rink. The familiar feeling of sailing along the ice is immediately comforting. I know I'll be fine. I'm a confident player, and I've never let anything get in my head during a game before. This can be absolutely no different, and it won't be. I will play like I always do. We will win the Stanley Cup.
Chapter 9. Maya. I'm in the hallways and I see him. I'm outside the building and I see him. I'm on break and I see him. Even when I started changing my routes around the building, I would catch glimpses of him through windows or hear his voice floating down the halls. He's everywhere. Alexei and I are constantly running into each other. Or maybe I've just never paid enough attention to notice that he gets coffee from the same cafe I do every morning before work. Every time we pass by, we share a look. We have this secret, and yet, we act as though everything is completely normal. We are putting on a show for the team. I wonder how long he plans to keep me a secret from the paparazzi for. Everything is moving a lot more slowly than I anticipated. It's actually starting to help me relax a bit. And having this big of a secret is exhilarating. We meet eyes and say so much without words. No facial expressions change. We don't even stop to say hi. We just look and keep walking. Yet, in those moments, it's like I'm back in high school gossiping with my friends. The days are starting to blur together in my memory as this routine of charades becomes normality. With my bank account finally out of the negatives, and my bills no longer emailing me payment reminders twice a day, I can breathe a little easier. Alexi and I are becoming actual friends. I go to his house to stir some drama in the tabloids, and then we relax on his couch and drink tea. Sometimes we watch the news or Jeopardy. Sometimes we just talk, mostly about how our days went and predict stats about the team's next game. Nothing too personal, which is perfectly fine with me. He's certainly not best friend status, but I no longer feel like a complete outsider in his home. I find myself worrying about being around him in public. We're trying to carefully plan and control all of this, but all it would take is one camera to snap a picture of my face for everything to hit the fan. As much as we try to know where they are standing and to keep a hood or scarf over my face, we can never know for certain that there isn't one we missed. I walk into the gym supply closet with a heavy box, mindlessly acknowledging the team's greetings. Between balancing the heavy box and, for some odd reason, searching for Alexi in the room, I walk blindly into the dark closet and feel my feet slip out from under me. I brace myself for impact and land with a huge smack, and the box narrowly avoids hitting my toes. The wind is knocked out of me for a second, and I freeze up, struggling to catch my breath. Suddenly, there is someone beside me. I look up and see Alexei. He immediately picks me up off the ground. "Are you hurt?" he asks, rushed. I am finally able to breathe again, but his presence and concern throw me off guard. I stumble through my surprise. "I'm fine." "Are you sure?" I've never been this close to him, let alone him holding me in his arms, my body pressed against his chest. He is warm, and it radiates along my side comfortingly. "Maya?" He snaps my attention back onto him. "Are you sure?" I blink. Yeah. Did you land on your back?" The adrenaline is still coursing through my veins, so the pain hasn't really set in yet. "I think so." That sounded really bad. My hip is starting to hurt as I focus more on the conversation, and the shock wears off. It is beginning to pulse with pain, and the angle Alexi is holding me in is not helping. "Put me down, please." He sets me gently back on the ground. I shift my weight to allow my hips some relief. I grit my teeth in pain. "Can I take you to see someone just in case?" he asks. "No, absolutely not." I wave him off with my hand. I said, "I'm fine." "Promise me you'll get it checked out then?" Alexi puts his hand on my shoulder, forcing me to turn and meet his eyes before responding. Okay. I start trying to stand up. I move slowly, and while it's easy now, I can tell that later I will have a hell of a time bending that hip in the slightest. Alexi offers me his hand, and I take it. We turn around to see every pair of eyes in the gym focused on us. As if I wasn't embarrassed about falling before, I feel much worse now. My cheeks begin to heat up, and I awkwardly smile. Everyone looks completely shocked besides Steve, who stands with his arms crossed and a dumb smirk on his face. I glance up at Alexei. He has this satisfied grin on his face that I can't quite understand. He is looking right at Steve. "Okay, bye," I mumble and rush out of the room. I accidentally brush against Alexi's arm on my way out. Once the door shuts behind me, I can feel my heart racing inside my chest from embarrassment or the strange warm feeling I got while Alexi was holding me. I'm not sure. I can still feel the exact spot where I had just brushed my arm against his in my hurry. It feels alive, electric. My breathing is too quick, and I try to slow it down to help my racing heartbeat. Everything is overwhelming for so many different reasons. I'm beginning to think I'm not cut out to be in a relationship made for the public eye. If I'm expected to be seen and recognized, no less, in these types of situations, I think I might go crazy. I would constantly be stressed about the next appearance, the next part of the plan. When everything was secret, I was fine. I could almost consider myself content. But now that we actually have to go through with everything we agreed upon, I'm not sure how I'll go through with this. It isn't exactly like I can back out at this point. I would have to repay Alexi his money, which has already been used for the bills. Not to mention there will be more expenses next month, and the month after that, and the month after that. He is genuinely my only option at this point, as much as I don't want to come to terms with that fact. Maybe I should try therapy. Would that break our non-disclosure agreement? I'm going to have to find some way to cope with everything or at least some sort of outlet where I can release my emotions. If I can't tell anyone the truth, then my only option for this problem is also Alexei. All roads lead back to him. I'm tied to him for the foreseeable future. Everything is starting to feel too claustrophobic. I was finally getting comfortable, and now the situation has been upended once again. Nothing about my life for the next 2 years will be constant or expected. I have absolutely no idea how I'm going to live this way for at least 12 months, probably the full 24.
Chapter 10. Alexei. The chill of fall is interrupted by an uncharacteristically warm day. It's been almost 2 months since I found Maya in the stairwell, and I'm not sure I've ever had this much fun. After checking the coast is clear, I text her to meet me on the rooftop terrace. We've just finished practice. I showered and dressed quickly, leaving the rest of the guys shooting the breeze in the locker room. A few guys mentioned hanging out on the terrace as we skated off the ice, leaving me with a perfect setup. "Hey, Alexi." I turn at Maya's sweet voice, a warm rush filling me as she beams at me. Excitement flickers in her eyes. I grin, waving her over to join me where I'm leaning against the railing. The guys should be up in a few minutes. Give them enough time to see us together, and then make your way back downstairs. Maya glances over her shoulder with a matching grin, then leans her elbows on the railing next to me. Her face tilts up to catch the sun rays, a content sigh leaving her. I take the moment to study her face. She's beautiful, her high cheekbones and round cheeks giving her a youthful but elegant look. She's wearing minimal makeup, her braids pulled back from her face with a colorful headband. I look away as she opens her eyes, pointing out some of the pedestrians walking below and giving her random made-up facts about them. Her laughter rings out over the terrace just as Steve and Jack push through the door. "Showtime," I whisper in Maya's ear, purposefully leaning in close to fan the flames. She throws her head back and laughs, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "You're so dramatic sometimes," she whispers in reply, nudging my arm with her elbow. Maya turns, flicking her hair over her shoulder. "See you later, Alex," she says more loudly, making sure that Steve, Jack, and the other guys who have come up can hear her using my nickname. I have to bite the corner of my lip to hold back my grin when the guys' curious gazes ping-pong between us. Steve's raised eyebrow nearly breaks me, and I turn away to look at the street again. Luckily, Troy roped Steve into a conversation about baseball, and I managed to get away with just a nod as I pass him. After lunch, a few of the players are in the therapy room for some guidance on warm-up stretches. Maya walks between us like a yoga instructor, giving tips and corrections as she goes along. I'm leaning against the training table, stretching my calf when she reaches me. "Here, angle your body slightly more to the center," she says to Jack next to me. "That'll be gentler on your ankle." She stops next to me, barely acknowledging me. As she leans back against the table, looking out at the rest of the players, I feel her hand touch my thumb under the table. I never could have imagined such a small, seemingly insignificant touch could send such a big thrill through me. It's the most daring we've been in front of the other players, though with my back to them, I can't tell how many have noticed. If I'm being honest with myself, I don't really care who notices. The warmth of her fingers against mine send delicious electric shocks through me. I steal a glance at Maya, seeing the excitement in her eyes and the way she's biting her lip, and I have to duck my head to hide my smirk. Seems I'm not the only one affected. "Right, that's all for now," Maya says, her voice bright. When I turn around, both Jack and Steve are staring at where our hands were touching with matching confused expressions. A chorus of "Thanks, Maya" leads us out. Everyone heads home to rest before the big game tonight. We're playing against Toronto, and it's always an emotional challenge for me to play against my home country. I'm dedicated to the team, of course, and anxious to stay here, but I did grow up and start my hockey career in Canada. On the way to the game, I stop outside Maya's apartment. After I text her to say I'm here, I study the building. It's really nice, set on a busy road with restaurants and bars along the street level. I can see why she chose this location. It's only about a 10-minute walk to the arena. Soon we'll be driving to work together from my townhouse near the waterfront. My thoughts are interrupted by Maya leaving the building and bounding over to me. She's wearing a Thunder Eagles jersey with leggings, her braids gathered into a mess on top of her head. I jump out quickly and open the door for her, aware that anyone could snap a picture of us while her face is visible. "Excited for the game?" Maya asks, smiling at me as I pull out onto the street and start driving to the arena. I shrug. "I am, though it's always hard to play against Canada," I reply, voicing my earlier thoughts. My eyebrows twitch. I don't think I've ever said that out loud to anyone. Maya hums. "I can imagine. I considered a position in Chicago, and just the thought of supporting them instead of my home team gave me the heebie-jeebies." She mock shudders. I laugh. "Did you grow up here then?" "Detroit born and raised. My parents actually just moved recently after living here since before I was born. It's weird not having them here," she says, her tone slightly sad. "You're close to your parents?" Maya nods eagerly. "They're the best. I love them so much. A bit demanding, but what parents aren't, am I right?" I scoff. "Not sure that's exactly how I'd describe my father. More distant and uncaring than demanding." Maya reaches out and touches my arm. "I'm sorry to hear that. What about your mom?" Her touch on my arm is the only thing that stops me from tensing. Though it was months ago, the memory of Prunell's taunts is still fresh in my mind, along with the renewed pain from losing my mom. "She died when I was in freshman year," I say, unable, or unwilling, to hide the pain in my voice. She was the kindest, most supportive mother anyone could have asked for. I grit my teeth and look over at Maya, expecting the usual pity talking about my mom invokes. Instead of pity, I see understanding and sympathy. She squeezes my arm softly. "I'm so sorry." The genuine pain in her voice is so reassuring that I smile at her. "It's okay. We're here," I say as I stop the car. "They should arrive in about a minute, so just get ready to be suspiciously walking away from my car." Maya giggles, giving me a slight wave as she gets out of the car and takes a few steps away. As predicted, Steve, Jack, Troy, and Jake drive in a few seconds later. My heart pounds as I see them watch Maya as she reaches the edge of the building and disappears around the corner. We staged it so that there's almost no question about whose car she came from, but enough doubt that they couldn't directly address it. I laugh out loud when I see them gesturing wildly. I text Maya. "I'd call that a success." "You owned it," she replies with a laughing emoji followed by a ninja. I'm still laughing when I get out of my car. I find myself more distracted during the game. I'm off during the second period, along with Brian, who's hurt his shoulder during a body check from one of the Toronto defensemen. I can see Brian panicking when he can't lift his arm properly, but Maya is calm and collected as she pulls and pushes at his shoulder. She talks him through every step and makes silly jokes here and there to reassure him. I've seen her work before, but never really concentrated. Now that I'm aware of her, of how caring and gentle she is, I struggle to look away. Her goodness is like an inner light that attracts me like a moth. The siren breaks through my stare, and I swear as I see Toronto have scored another goal. We're tied at 2 each, and though this game isn't critical to the qualifiers, we still need a win. I'm back on the ice for the remainder of the game, though my attention keeps straying to where Maya is supporting the team from the sidelines. I want to see her wearing my jersey, not just a generic team one, and the thought startles me. We need to get married for the public eye and for my visa, but that should be the only reason I'd want her to wear my jersey. So why does my stomach flip over every time I imagine her wearing my number? Why does my pulse quicken when I think of her going home with me after a game? I find myself wondering whether I'm still just in this for the deal, or if things have become very real, very quickly. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 11. Maya. We need to keep our focus on each team's strongest players, Alexei is saying to the team. If we keep on the offense for them, there's not much the rest will be able to do. Today's team meeting is following a huge loss over the weekend. We needed this win to prove that we're a shoo-in for the Stanley Cup final, not just the playoffs. Unfortunately, we're still battling it out. Compared to the massive lead it would have given us, we are now 3 steps backward in the rankings. Articles are starting to publish lower predicted statistics, and many of our players are slacking in the fantasy league pickings. But hey, Alexi's voice suddenly softens. That was a hard game. I know Jake wasn't feeling his best and the ice was a little soft. We tried our best. We'll get him next time. We still have plenty of time to get our lead back for the Stanley Cup final. The whole team is drawn into his words. The angry tension that filled the air when the meeting started is beginning to calm down. I can feel everyone relaxing as Alexi is talking. He is always so stern and intimidating when in the rink. He's so focused at work. I've never seen him this soft and understanding in a professional environment. I know a lot of the guys took that loss personally and blamed themselves. He's easing their worries and ensuring them that this won't affect the rest of their season. I feel my heart swelling with affection. I never would have pegged him to be the one to give an outstanding pep talk, yet here he is. Maybe it's because he never acts like this that makes it so effective when he does. Either way, I'm seeing an emotional side to him I've never met before. All right. He claps his hands together to wake everyone up. Now let's get back out there and kill it today. The boys all shout in unison and clap each other on the back. They start to hype each other up, jumping up and down and shouting. While I personally don't join in, the companionship and camaraderie in the room makes me smile and completely erases the stress the loss brought and replaces it with pure hope. Everyone begins to rush out of the room to get ready. Alexi stops in front of me for just a second to give me a quick hidden wink. My heart pounds. Some of the guys give us a weird look at our silent interaction, but Alexei ignores them and carries on his way. After practice ends, I find myself in the lounge with a few teammates. I am scrolling through my phone mindlessly when Alexi sits in the open space next to me. I give him a short smile of welcome, which he returns. A hush falls over the room. So, Jake starts talking. Alexei, your mystery girl. Alexi nods for him to continue, not saying anything yet. That wouldn't happen to be Maya, would it? My heart races at the sudden mention of my name in association with Alexei. I glance at him quickly and I see the answer in his eyes. He's ready for this moment. Yeah, it's me, I say. The room erupts into cheers. Daniel claps Alexi on the back and congratulates him. Steve offers me a rare warm smile. I feel a weight being lifted off my shoulders. I hadn't even noticed how much pressure this was putting on me, keeping this a secret from those closest to us. Of course, there's so many factors now at play with the team knowing, but for the moment, it feels better to have everything out in the air. So when's the wedding? Steve asks. I think jokingly. Alexi laughs and I offer a weak smile, but my heart is racing. Has he been talking about a wedding to everyone? Okay, Alexi grabs my attention by holding my hand. Let's get out of here. I nod, all my focus on the fact that our hands are intertwined. He guides me out of the room to a chorus of goodbyes from everyone. Don't have too much fun, Steve yells as the door is closing. I can feel my cheeks starting to burn. Care to go to dinner? Alexi asks so casually, like this is the most normal thing in the world. I suppose now that the secret's out to those that would be the hardest to fool, we might as well make some headlines. It's been a while since the paparazzi has reported on us, and I know we need to stay in the spotlight. I'd love to, I respond, how I imagine a future wife would. Alexi takes me to a fancy restaurant I've never had the pleasure of affording for myself. It's called Serge's Russian Diner and features several lamps with real fire out front. The kind of place I've never spared a second thought to, solely because it looks so intimidating. He helps me out of the passenger seat, then wraps his arm around my shoulders as we walk inside. The place is swarming with media. Only a few cameras are focused on us as I quickly realize this is a popular place for public appearances. We are far from the most important people dining here tonight. I try to keep my head held high as the weight of Alexi's arm crushes my neck. We'll have to figure out a more natural way to walk together. He holds the door for me like a true gentleman, even brushing past me once we enter to talk to the host. For once, I'm grateful for him to take complete control. I'm very out of my element at the moment. We are seated in a small outdoor area, perfect for the paparazzi to hover around us all evening. The table is much too tiny for my liking, and there is a candle between us, which just seems like a safety hazard. There's no room for me to comfortably rest my legs without accidentally touching Alexei. Eventually, I just give up and find the least amount of contact. Then, I put all my focus firmly on the menu in front of me. Alexei gently pushes the menu down so he can meet my eyes. How are you doing? His voice is gentle and draws me in. I'm okay, I say. We don't have to stay long. I breathe a sigh of relief. I don't think I could take all this pressure for more than an hour. I feel eyes on me everywhere, from in front, the sides, behind. I'm even worried that I'm blinking too much or too little. I can see the headlines now. Alexi Scott's girlfriend and her weird blinking habits. Alexi offers one of his hands and I take it. The gentle touch actually works to comfort and calm me slightly. I called ahead. We're sharing a pasta. They'll go crazy for it. And I got wine. He chuckles. Speaking of, a waiter appears next to us with the dish already prepared and 2 glasses of red wine. I wish they'd be a little more full than that. I go to move my hand away so they can set the dish down, but Alexi holds firm. The waiter sets the plate awkwardly next to our connected hands, and the glasses in front of each of us. Alexi picks up his fork and rolls a few noodles. He pushes it toward me, and I'm confused for a moment. Just eat it. This is the stuff they want. With my entire body heating up and my heart racing way too much, I eat the pasta off of Alexi's fork. I can actually hear the clicking of cameras as I do so. The food heightens my nerves and immediately makes me nauseous. Alexi notices that something is wrong. Are you okay? I nod. Just not feeling well. I pick up the glass of wine and try to discreetly drink several large sips. At this point, I'd rather just have a straight shot of tequila. As Alexi eats, I force myself to take a few more bites. We talk about meaningless things like the weather and how nice the restaurant is. Then finally, he stands to help me from my seat. We need to kiss. He leans in close. Okay, I whisper back, thankful for the warning. Our lips meet for just a second. His lips are warm and soft, even though we are both barely putting any pressure into this. I feel him start to move away, but I linger for just a moment longer, savoring the feeling of his lips against mine, something that immediately slows my racing heart and brings a strange light and warm feeling to my chest. Alexi smiles at me and takes my hand once again. I feel myself smiling too. My brain feels delirious with that hazy feeling of relaxed comfort. The following morning, my phone is blowing up. Everyone I know is sending me the articles, detailing mine and Alexi's public date last night. All of the comments and feedback have been positive so far, besides the disgruntled women who have been pining after him for years. For some reason, it gives me this little feeling of satisfaction that I'm the one who he's with, regardless of if it's fake or not. My heart is pounding. I'm facing the reality of the entire world knowing who I am now, and speculating on my love life no less. So, Alexei's voice snaps me out of my spiraling thoughts. I think dinner went well. I nod, silently eating my toast, finding myself unable to respond at the moment. I'm still thinking of the feeling of the kiss last night too. Oh, and that picture has been the headline more than anything else. It's impossible not to think about it when the news is literally shoving it back in my face. I think it's time to start thinking about when we want to do the proposal. Well, I knew that was coming. All right, what are you thinking? I'm not sure yet, but before anything you need to move in, permanently. I take a deep breath. Okay. I've been putting it off. He was so insistent that first night, but I made excuse after excuse. Oh, my lease isn't up for another month. Oh, I forgot to pack last night. I'll work on it tomorrow. It makes it concrete somehow. More than revealing our scheme to the world, moving my entire life and combining it with his is a very personal step in this process. However, it also ensures I won't have more bills to pay. I won't have to worry anymore, and I can focus on increasing my professional skills. This will open so many doors for me and help me work toward my goals. This is it. I'm fully committed now.
Chapter 12. Alexi. Lights flash, paparazzi shouting out questions as I lead Maya into a quaint cafe and brush park. For once, the attention makes me preen instead of shy away. Maya lets out a breathless laugh once we're inside, and I lead her to an empty table. The guys have been very vocal with their date ideas. Their attention is annoying, but I do find their excitement endearing. It's Saturday and we don't have a game this evening, so today's date starts with brunch. What does one usually order for brunch? I ask, my nose scrunched slightly. Isn't it just breakfast if it's your first meal? I study the menu. These are mostly just breakfast options, I say with a huff. Maya's laugh lights up her whole face. Don't overthink it, it's a thing, just enjoy it. She winks at me. I sigh and roll my eyes as I give in. Fine. I'll have the eggs, Benedict, I say to the waiter as she arrives. She's wearing a Lumo orange apron with a matching headband, and it kind of hurts my eyes. I look away with a grimace. Maya proves how good she's become at reading me when she stifles a laugh. Smashed avo on toast for me, please. I can feel Maya's eyes on me as I look around the cafe. It's small, with bistro-style round tables and painted chairs in different pastel colors. Ink splashes on canvases decorate the walls, and random stainless steel cooking instruments hang from the ceiling, glinting in the warm white lighting. It's nice, but I won't let anyone hear me say that out loud. When I look back at Maya, she has a knowing look in her eyes. She tilts her head to the side, her braids falling over her shoulder. You like it, she accuses teasingly. I scoff, but I can feel the twitch in my mouth giving me away. As she reaches up to brush her hair back, I spot the tattoo on her wrist. When she rests her hand back on the table, I take it in my own. What's this for? I ask, running my thumb over the delicate lines. She hesitates for a second, searching my eyes. It's a lotus flower, It represents personal growth and resilience. She looks down at it with a slight frown. I don't think I realized how much I would need it, especially now. I tap it twice with my thumb before withdrawing. Have you heard from the cops yet? My voice comes out slightly vehemently, which seems to surprise us both. Her eyes snap to mine. Nothing so far. I called them, but they said they haven't made any progress. She sighs, leaning back in her chair. I've lost hope, to be honest. I nod thoughtfully, wondering if there's more I can do to help. Before I can say anything, our food arrives. We talk easily while we eat, Maya regaling me with stories about her childhood here in Detroit. Her face lights up when she talks about her parents, filling me with a sort of awe. I knew I was jaded, but I didn't realize to what degree until now. Growing up with a happy family just seems so foreign. The paparazzi are still outside when we leave. Even though it's a good thing, my earlier feeling of satisfaction is dulled when I see Maya flinch. I pull her closer, tucking her head into my shoulder as we walk to my car. On Monday, we both have the day off, so I suggest a cruise on the river. It's freezing, the November wind picking up icy spray from the water and depositing it onto our jackets like tiny raindrops. There's no media on the boat, but there are fans. We're sipping hot chocolate when a small boy tugs on my jacket. He's wearing a brace on one leg, a crutch gripped under his arm. "You're my favorite player, Mr. Alexi," he says in a sweet voice. The inflection on my voice comes out slightly jumbled from his lisp. Maya's soft awe causes a flutter in my stomach. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry!" A woman with wild brown hair rushes over, grabbing the boy's shoulder carefully. Maya nudges me and takes my hot chocolate from me. I smile and crouch down to the boy's level. "Would you like a photo?" I ask the boy, watching as his deep brown eyes light up. "Yes, please, mister," he rushes out in one breath. I laugh, looking up to nod at the mother. She fumbles for her phone and snaps a quick picture. "Thank you so much, Mr. Scott. He's been obsessed since he could understand the game," she says wryly. She ruffles his hair. "I want to play just like you when I'm big," the boy says resolutely, and I see the woman's face fall. She nudges the boy, who limps back to a group of kids a few yards away. "He was born with a defect in the muscles of his foot," she explains sadly. "The doctors don't think he'll ever be able to walk normally, never mind run or skate." "I'm sorry that must be really hard for you," Maya says, her mouth twisted in sympathy. Her face turns pensive then. "Have you taken him to a biokinetics or physical therapy specialist? There might be ways to strengthen the surrounding muscles to help him move more naturally." The mother looks surprised, her gaze flitting between me and Maya. "I hadn't thought of that," she admits. "We haven't been able to afford private doctors, and the ones we've seen have been, well, not very helpful." Maya nods and pulls out her phone. "Here, I have the number for a friend I went to college with. He specializes in life-altering injuries or birth defects like these. Tell him Maya Johnson told you to call." I watch, stunned, as Maya transfers the contact details to the equally stunned woman. The woman departs with a flurry of thank yous, leaving Maya with a satisfied gleam in her eyes. She catches my gaze, lifting an eyebrow in question. Not for the first time, I want to kiss her not only for the public, but for who she is. I shake my head. "You're amazing, did you know that?" She raises her chin defiantly. "What use is having contacts when you can't use and abuse them?" She winks, and I think my heart wants to explode. That's the only thing that can describe the pressure I'm feeling in my chest. A week later, we're walking through the park near my home, hands entwined. I spot a bunch of teenagers whispering and gesturing to us. I squeeze Maya's hand in what we've decided as a warning, then twirl her around. Her giggle brings a genuine smile to my face. When she's done a full turn, I pull her closer and drop a kiss on her smiling lips. She hums softly, pushing her body against mine and turning the kiss into something more passionate. When we pull away, we're both slightly breathless. I almost forget about the fact that we're putting on a show, but the whispers and giggles are a quick reminder. I glance at the teens surreptitiously. Multiple smartphones are aimed our way, recording our little interlude. I give Maya another quick kiss before we keep walking. "Would you like to come for dinner at my place tonight?" I ask, my pulse speeding up with nerves. We've been on multiple public dates in the last week and a half, so I'm not sure why I'm nervous asking this. Maya looks up at me through her lashes with a shy smile. "I'd like that. Will we be cooking our own meals?" she adds cheekily, and I laugh out loud. "Funny," I say, elbowing her softly. She grins, clearly pleased with herself. "I'll cook," I offer. "I know all the public attention has been a lot, so I'd like to show my appreciation." Maze's face falls a bit before she pastes on a smile. "It's part of the contract, right?" "Right," I agree slowly, wondering about her expression. Is it possible she's also starting to feel more? "Thanks again for dinner," Maya says the next day as we're hiking along one of my favorite spots. It's a route that goes along one of the smaller canals that joins into the Detroit River, not well known and slightly overgrown. "You're welcome, though I think I could have had slightly less wine," I say, glowering at Maya as she cracks up. "You're a lightweight," she teases. I scoff. "Consequences of being a professional athlete," I say dryly. Her good humor is infectious, so much so that I have to grin despite the slight pounding in my head. Nothing a bit of fresh air can't fix. Maya stops at a bench, dropping down and tilting her face up to the weak sunlight. I notice the laces on one of her hiking boots are coming undone. Without thinking, I find myself on one knee before her, my thoughts ground to a halt. Why does this feel so right? Luckily, Maya is still enjoying the fleeting warmth and hasn't noticed my brief moment of insanity. I shake myself out of it and reach for her foot. "May I?" I ask, tugging lightly on the laces. She looks at me, her eyes widening slightly at my position before she catches on. She nods at me to continue. I steal glances at her face as I fix her shoe. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, drawing my gaze more than once to where her chest pushes out of her sports bra. Her legs are strong and toned under her leggings, and I can't resist running a hand up her calf when I'm done. Her breath stutters when I reach her knee, her wide eyes fixed on my face. I'm tempted to lean in for a kiss when she snaps out of it, glancing around. I frown, following her gaze. Right. No one's watching. My heart sinks, but I hide it with a quick smile. "Should we head back?" Maya nods, those brilliant hazel eyes avoiding mine. On the walk back, I try to make sense of my feelings. Her unspoken question wasn't wrong, but I still find myself wishing I could have kissed her. Spectators or not.
Chapter 13. Maya. The festival completely transforms the park. Just after twilight, strings of lanterns line both sides of the wide walkway, their soft light illuminating the food stalls and carnival games along the path. Music filters through the conversations and din of people, punctuated by the noises from the games and the sizzling foods. Alexei and I join the crowd, starting down the path with our joined hands swinging with each step. His hand slipped into mine the moment I got out of the car with him. Playing the part for a few weeks now, it just feels natural, a given. I know I'd miss it if he took his hand away. It doesn't take more than a few moments for someone to recognize him. A lingering glance from a passerby becomes a quick whisper to the person next to them, then an attempt at a covert point, followed by more whispers. I've gotten used to that too by now, though it is still weird. Alexi squeezes my hand. When our eyes meet, his brow raises, but I shake my head. He knows how odd it has been for me to be in the public eye, especially with the paparazzi. If I wanted, he would be more than happy for us to leave. Never expected him to be so darn considerate or worried about my feelings that way. This is supposed to be a facade to sell the idea of our marriage, but it is so easy to forget that sometimes. We continue on, deeper down the path, and past a few of the first food stands. "Maybe we shouldn't have eaten before we came," Alexi says, sniffing deeply. Everything smells so good. Sure does. I nod with a chuckle. Maybe we can work up an appetite with some carnival games and get some dessert? None of the stalls around us seem to be selling anything sweet from the scents. It is a kaleidoscope of fried foods, heady spices, and roasting meat, tempting even after our earlier meal. Alexi pauses, and his hand slips from mine to take a couple pictures of one of the food stands, where workers shave meat off a massive, slowly spinning spit. He turns the camera on me and I flash a smile as he clicks away. His hand happily takes mine again, and we move on past the food stalls and toward the carnival games. There are a huge variety of them, from classics like ball and ring tosses to shooting galleries with plastic pellet guns and even a few extra loud and bright electronic ones. We stand on the path, taking it all in for a few moments, both looking around at the different games. Our presence, more his, doesn't go unnoticed by the other festivity goers. More whispers and covert pointing follow us. As more people notice, others see them, and it cascades. But Alexei ignores it like the pro he is. Still, he constantly glances my way and gives my hand a little squeeze, letting me know we can leave at any time if I'm uncomfortable. I lean in and push my arm against his, wordlessly letting him know I'm fine and thanking him for being so considerate. It is amazing how quickly we've established that sort of tacit rapport. So many games. Where should we start? Alexi asks, eyes moving around the carnival games. Maybe one that's not so crowded. No line over there, I reply, pointing to a booth. It is a shooting game, but not with plastic pellets, but water guns. We stand back and watch the current round. The players shoot their water guns into the mouths of clown heads, blowing up a balloon above them. The first who pops their balloon is the winner. The game ends quickly. The man staffing it offers a prize to the winner, while most of the other players walk away. A little boy to the far side pleads with his mother for one more chance. She sighs, but nods, and he takes up his water gun again. We end up right next to him when we step up to play. Most of the people who recognize Alexei have kept their glances covert, or at least try to be subtle. The kid gapes up at Alexei with his jaw hanging open. Only when the attendant counts down does the kid look away, staring at his clown, water gun at the ready. The gun jerks in my hand when the water turns on. It isn't just a stream, but a torrent. The water splashes all over my clown's face before I aim it correctly. Even then, my balloon is barely half the size of Alexei's. On his other side, the kid is having an even worse go of it. He is still spraying all over the clown's face. Alexi's stream shifts, aimed right into the kid's clown. His own balloon starts deflating while the kid's grows. Seeing what Alexei is doing, I lower my gun. The kid's balloon pops, ending the round. He jumps up and down, thanking Alexei over and over again. His mom steps behind him, giving Alexei a nod as the kid turns his excitement to his prize. "That was sweet of you," I say when we step away from the game, but not before posing for a picture with the kid. "There are plenty of more games to play," he replies with a shrug, "and I'd have felt bad beating the poor kid." "Too bad there are no hockey games. I'm sure you'd crush the competition in one of them." "Who knows? Maybe we'll find one," he replies. We do not, but that doesn't stop us from trying a few of the other games. A ring toss game brings out Alexei's competitive nature when his rings keep bouncing off the bottle tops instead of clattering onto them. He goes 3 rounds with a growing frown before I step in. "They designed them, so they bounce off most of the time," I whisper, giving him a pat on the back. That way, people keep paying for another go, thinking they only need one more chance. He frowns down at the ring in his hand, then over to the bottles set up across the stall. Sure enough, despite his good aim, the rings he tosses keep bouncing off the bottles, and we move on. The trick with these carnival games is looking at the prizes, I say, pointing to the large stuffed animals, hanging over a stall where a man readies himself to toss a baseball at a trio of milk jugs in a pyramid. If the game is offering big prizes, it will be almost impossible to win. Sure enough, despite the snap of the man's arm, sending the baseball flying true and fast, it glances off the milk jugs, toppling the top one, but leaving the bottom two still standing. The man shakes his head and walks away, the woman with him offering commiserations. Alexi nods at my words and watches the last player leaving, but then shakes his head. His hand slips from mine, and he pays the booth attendant, getting handed 3 balls in return. They might make it difficult to win, but that only makes the challenge sweeter, he says, holding the first ball up. I'm going to win you that bear. The chances are slim, not that I'm going to explain that again. I don't even know if Alexei can throw a baseball. It isn't exactly a popular sport where he came from, but I find myself smiling. I don't need a huge stuffed bear, but I'd be happy to get one from him and enjoy his confidence, even if it is misplaced. He rears back and tosses the first ball, putting all his strength into the throw. It is way too much, though, and the ball goes well wide of the stacked milk jugs. I stifle a laugh, but not quick enough that Alexei can't hear it. He gives me a mock glare, but the corners of his lips curl up, and he joins me in chuckling. That has me beaming a smile. I've dealt with so many hyper-competitive men in my job. It is understandable. When you play a sport at the professional level, the drive to compete is important, but it can lead some to have a thin skin about it. That Alexei can laugh at his own mistake just makes him a bigger catch, not that he needs it. His second throw hits the tower of milk jugs, but he sacrifices a lot of power to get that control. It doesn't even shift the jugs at all. His eyes narrow as he readies his last throw. I told him it is a nearly impossible game to win. He gives it all his focus and winds his arm, ready to strike. The pitch slams into the jugs, right between the bottom two. They split, falling over, leaving the top jug to clatter heavily to the platform without a bounce at all, showing the weight inside them. Alexi pumps his arms in victory. The small crowd that had been watching cheer as the attendant steps close and points to the prizes. Alexi takes my hand and pulls me close, nodding up to the different stuffed animals. I point to a stark white polar bear, and the attendant takes it off the line. With the bear in hand, Alexi spins and offers it to me with the flair of a magician, earning chuckles from the crowd. I accept and feel my cheeks burning. I know this is all for show to sell the relationship, but I can still enjoy it, right? He pulls out his camera and takes a couple of snaps with me, holding the bear, then slips his arm around my shoulder and squeezes close, snapping a selfie of the two of us. A few ahs come from the crowd, and my cheeks burn brighter. I might have to get a copy of one of his pictures to draw the moment myself. We are off again, now with my new overstuffed bear in tow. Our steps bring us back to the food stands. We nibble on an elephant ear, coated in enough powdered sugar to wire up a busload of kids. It isn't something I'd ever get myself, just a spider web of fried dough coated in sugar, but it is a special occasion. The evening ends with a lantern lighting event. Dozens of little lamps take to the sky before Alexei and I ready our own. With the little candle lit, it tries to pull from our hold. Alexi's hand is pressed against mine as we open our fingers and let the lamp fly. It joins the others, hundreds in the air, as Alexei snaps a few pictures of the floating lanterns. As it always seems to, the lens turns to me. I smile. It seemed like a duty earlier. Now I couldn't stop myself if I wanted to. We start back to the car, and my hand slips right into his, where it belongs. His warmth leaches away the chill of the late night, but it is more than that. I can't remember the last time I have felt this comfortable with someone. It almost hurts knowing it is all for show.
Chapter 14. Alexi. In the days after the carnival, I ramp up the romantic gestures. This is all part of the plan, getting ready for the big proposal. It is all part of the plan to make the courtship seem real to everyone, so nobody might suspect that it is anything but real. Watching the way Maya's eyes sparkle at a gift, even as simple as flowers delivered to her at work, I'd be happy to fill her whole house with fresh blossoms every day. The team plays Chicago in only a few days. Our practices are ramping up before the match with tension rising in kind. It is a big game, the biggest of the season so far. If we win it, we are in the playoffs, but even at the height of practice, going through our plays and taking shots on goal, I'm still thinking of my proposal plans. If we win against Chicago, I'm proposing to Maya, I say to Jack in the locker room after practice. Great. Just put me under more pressure, he replies, shaking his head as he strips off his oversized shin pads. Are you sure she is going to say yes? You two haven't been together that long, have you? Might not be a bad idea to make sure she's down with such a public proposal. Have you asked her? A relationship expert and a goalie? Steve asks from his locker on my other side. He has a point, though. You sure she's going to say yes? If she doesn't, that's a viral moment you'll see the rest of your life. They'll play it at your funeral. No, they're going to play my highlights from our Stanley Cup win this year at my funeral, I reply, standing tall, before ducking a towel thrown at me. She's going to love the proposal. If it goes viral, all it will do is make your wives and girlfriends jealous that their own seems so pedestrian. I have to duck a few more towels after that, but get a round of congratulations after. There is no worry about her saying no. This is exactly as we planned it. Of course, she will say yes. Well, we planned that I'd ask her, but I haven't told her exactly how. I want that to be a surprise. After leaving the locker room, my next stop is the team's public address and graphics department. They are situated close enough to Maya's office that I'm on the lookout for her as I step into the offices. I don't know why I'm so insistent it be a surprise. This is all for show, right? Then I think back to the look on her face when she found the flowers and chocolate in her office, or the bottle of her favorite wine I surprised her with the other day, and I know the answer. I love to see eyes light up, the delight in her expression. Yes, I need it to be a surprise. Alexi, Gary, the graphics guy, greets me when I enter their office. He leans to look behind me, then relaxes, seeing I'm alone. So, you got the pictures you want me to put up on the big board? Absolutely. I hand over the SD card with the photos I chose to use. Is everything else set for the game? I know I'm ready, came the rich voice of Barry the PA announcer as he approached from his office. Always loved doing proposals at games, but I've never done one for a player before. You'll have my golden throat at your command. Thank you, both of you, I say. Gary plugs in the card and starts uploading the pictures. He pulls up the graphics he prepared, but Barry clears his throat and steps behind us. Incoming, he says before moving to the door. Maya, always a pleasure to see you gracing our doorstep. Gary presses a button on the keyboard and a whole new set of windows take up his screen, hiding the graphics for the proposal. With another click, my headshot appears on his screen. I saw Alexi in here, Maya says, grinning my way. If you brought more flowers for my office, I hope they came in their own voice because I'm out. Heck, they might need their own table. Not sure there is room for more. So, your office needs a new table? Good to know, I reply. We needed to see Alexi about his headshot, Gary says, leaning to the side to show my headshot on his monitor. That's what he's doing here. Maya frowns at Gary. I want to join her. It is a smart move to pull up the headshot, giving me a reason for being in here, but to give the excuse without her asking just makes it suspicious. And with that done, I was planning on seeing if you have plans for dinner, I say, stepping toward Maya. She smiles and takes my hand as we leave. Before the door closes, I see Barry shaking his head at Gary. Thankfully, Maya doesn't mention it, so I think we got away with the surprise intact. The next few days fly by, and before I know it, I'm skating onto the rink to the sounds of the sold-out home crowd. I join the rest of the team taking a circuit of the rink. My eyes fly by thousands of spectators to find Maya. She's cheering as loud as anyone. I swear I can hear her voice through the din. When the puck drops, I try to put all my focus on the match at hand. Usually this is a simple matter. On the ice, I'm all about the match with every cell of my body. I need to do the same tonight if I want to propose. There is no way I'm asking Maya to marry me after a loss. The fact this is our chance to clinch a playoff spot doesn't even register in my thinking, crazy as that sounds. My teammates would think I'm certifiable pushing for the win only for my proposal, not for the playoffs, though it certainly is a fantastic side benefit. The first period seems to fly by without a score from either side. Jack makes a heroic save of a shot that should have gone through. He nods to me as he passes the puck. He's doing everything he can to make my proposal happen, though I'm sure the playoffs have more to do with it for him. At the other end of the rink, just as the buzzer for the first period is about to sound, the puck gets loose in our zone. I skate hard, blocking a shot from their winger with my body. The crowd holds its breath, but the puck bounces harmlessly away. The buzzer sounds. "You'll get it next time," Steve says, slapping my back as he skates past. I follow, but my eyes find Maya in the crowd. She beams a smile and gives a double thumbs up. I find my shoulders squaring as I stand taller, gliding down the ice. We are going to win this. The action ramps up in the second period. The other team can only play spoiler to us tonight, but they want that almost as much as we want the victory. I have more to play for. Halfway through the period, I get my chance, smashing one of their attackers into the wall and taking the puck. I quickly pass it off to Steve, who speeds down the ice. In a scoreless game, all it takes is one goal. My thoughts are not even on winning, just on Maya and the proposal. I see her smiling face in my mind, eyes welling with happy tears. The goalie drops to his knees, legs splayed. Our center takes the shot. The puck nicks the edge of his shin pad, then wobbles into the net. The siren sounds as the crowd explodes in a cheer. Gary has all the lights flashing, adding to the effect. The team surrounds our center, slapping his shoulders. I look into the crowd to find Maya on her feet, clapping and yelling. Too bad we are only halfway through the game. I want to ask her now. We play on. Our opponents don't let the goal demoralize them. The opposite happens. I work my ass off to stop each advancing play before the second period ends, not even feeling it as I slam their players into the boards. Early in the third period, I take it too far and get called for a penalty. Sitting in the box for the 2 minutes as my team continues one man down, my nerves are at an all-time high. I can hardly look when the other team makes a play for it. The crowd is as silent as I am when they score, tying the match. I storm back onto the ice just as the penalty ends. We keep them from scoring again, but their goalie is almost as good as Jack. He blocks another shot from our winger and 2 from Steve. With a minute left to go, I get the puck and drive hard, but not for the winning point. Past the defenseman, I see our winger positioned perfectly. I want to make the play count. The goalie's eyes are fixed on me. Steve appears at the edge of my vision on the far side of the rink. I fake a shot, then slide the puck over to Steve. He shoots, and the puck is in the net before the goalie can even adjust. I'm the first to him, slapping him on the back as the rest of the team comes flying in. The last 30 seconds in the game might have lasted an hour or more in my mind. Our opponents decide to go with an empty net, taking their goalie out and giving them another attacker as they try their best to send the game into overtime. We don't let them. I block a final desperate shot with my body, and the buzzer sounds as the crowd erupts. We win. The crowd drowns out the buzzer as time runs out. The team all surrounds Steve for our celebration. I'm on the edge of it with my eyes in the stands. 2 arena ushers are already making their way toward Maya. Down at ice level, another is rolling a carpet onto the ice. We can't have Maya slipping. That usher smiles as I skate closer. She hands me a microphone in the ring box before hurrying back down the carpet. Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the ice for a special presentation. Barry's voice booms through the PA. The crowd quiets after a moment or two. The ushers have reached Maya, but she only has eyes on me. Maya, can you join me? I ask, turning all eyes in the arena on her. For a second, I think I've made a mistake. She's frozen like a deer caught in headlights, but then she shows a little smile. Time seems to slow again as the ushers take her down to the ice. The crowd gives a little cheer when she walks across the carpet. It changes to awes as Gary displays the pictures on the screens above us. The slideshow ends with her at the festival holding the stuffed bear I won for her. By now she knows what is about to happen and looks nervous. I know I am, but I drop to one knee and pull out the ring box. "Will you marry me?" I ask. The hush in the crowd is worse than during my failed first shot. Maya blinks, staring at the ring, then up to my eyes. I'm just about ready to run and hide when she finally answers me. "Yes," and the crowd goes wild.
Chapter 15. Maya. The days after the proposal are absolute insanity. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect to see my face all over the internet or my name trending on Twitter. Videos of the proposal are getting hundreds of thousands of views on TikTok. If Alexei had given me any warning, I would have dressed up for the game. He takes it all in stride, though he is already a celebrity, if a bit niche, limited to hockey fans. The proposal has pushed it well past hockey fans, now. I woke up the next day to a picture of me accepting the proposal on the front page of the Detroit Free Press. Not the sports section, but the front page. The team is pushing it hard, too. It can't outshine the fact we are bound for the playoffs, but the head of marketing pulled me aside that next day, talking about expanding the brand, pulling in female fans with a spotlight on our romance. All I could do was nod as she spoke a mile a minute. The fact the romance is all a facade is both easy and impossible to forget. Seeing posts on Twitter of people gushing about our love, or TikTok videos montaging the proposal over sappy K-pop ballads, I almost buy into it all myself, even knowing the truth, but knowing that truth leaves a bad taste in my mouth. We are lying to the world, with good cause, but still. Alexi doesn't seem to have the same issues. We head out to dinner and get recognized by some fans. He slips his arm around me, flashing a wide smile to the fans as they snap a few pictures of us. He's all smiles as we get to our table. "We should strike while the iron is hot," he says, glancing at me over the menu. "The best way to sell the story of our whirlwind romance is eloping." Eloping? The whole point of our fake romance has been marriage. I have known that from the beginning. While images and video of the proposal are all over, though, it all seems so sudden. Maybe I expected I'd get used to the idea more before that big day, but I have not yet. Vegas. We have a few days before the playoffs begin. That is plenty of time to head to Vegas, get married, and get back, he replies. I don't know, this is all so sudden. And that is what will sell the story when it comes out, he says. Despite my misgivings, we are on a jet to Las Vegas that very night, accompanied by Alexi's teammate Steve and his girlfriend who will be our witnesses. To be honest, I warm to the idea as we get closer and closer to Las Vegas. Marriage has always been the goal. Treat it like a Band-Aid and rip it off in one go. I've never been one of those women who obsessively planned her own wedding. Sure, I had some thoughts on it, but nothing concrete, and that is a good thing now. Just as I never expected to see my face on the front page of the newspaper, I never expected a quickie Las Vegas wedding, and that goes double to a marriage in all but name. The chapel is a simple affair, stark white walls and a few pews of dark wood, empty except for Steve and his girlfriend. Fresh flowers line the wall behind the officiant. There is no wedding march or any of the other trappings of a normal wedding. I'm not even wearing white, though I do love the dress I chose for the occasion, and smile dutifully for all the pictures Steve snaps with his phone. The whole ceremony passes in a surreal blur, but that is somewhat fitting in a way. Our relationship is as fake as the wedding feels, after all. Alexi has to nudge me when it is my turn to say the I do's. By the power vested in me by Clark County and the state of Nevada, you may kiss the bride, the officiant says. Alexei turns to me, pulling me close by our clasped hands. outside hand holding and hugging. We have not yet been intimate. As quickly as I think we are taking this, I'm oddly fine with sharing a kiss, maybe even a little excited. He leans down and presses his lips against mine. It is a chaste kiss, though not quick. Steve claps while his girlfriend yells out a woohoo. Alexi pulls back and has a smirk on his face. We are man and wife now, though it doesn't seem real, and it isn't. Not really. That thought has me frowning as we leave the little wedding chapel. They assured us of their confidentiality before we committed to the ceremony. Alexei agreed that we'd release the fact we eloped later, though the info would be on the Clark County public record, though that is not available online. So someone would have to go to the clerk's office to get it, and it will take several days for it to be in the record. Steve and his girlfriend insisted they would not spill the beans either. Still, we wake up the next day, each in different rooms of the Venetian suite, to news online of our nuptials. Scrolling through it all, it seems, for every post congratulating us for the wedding, there are 3 speculating on why or what effect it will have on Alexi's playoff performance. Will he be too distracted to win? He needs to focus on the ice. She's distracting him from the game, and it is the playoffs. She has to be pregnant. That's the only reason they'd get a shotgun wedding. The pregnancy speculation should be funny. We only shared our first kiss at the wedding yesterday, and I've been exclusive in our fake relationship. There is absolutely no chance of me being pregnant. Still, as much as I can handle the publicity of the proposal, and even the wedding we hope to keep quiet for the moment, there is something off-putting about people guessing about me being pregnant. You can't let it bother you, Alexi says, and not for the first time. There are a ton of people with way too much time on their hands. You can't let it get to you. His words don't help nearly as much as I hoped they would. I'm still doom scrolling through Twitter at the reactions. I don't even know why it bothers me so much. He is right. Some people have way too much time on their hands for their own good. We can set the record straight if you like, he says. I know Georgia Peterson. You know Mornings with Georgia on WXYZ. If I give her a call, we can be on her show tomorrow morning. Set the record straight and clear the air. I'm not sure, but I agree. Why not add yet another, I never expected to do this, to my ever-expanding list? Never expected to be on the front page of the newspaper or trending on Twitter. Never expected to get married in a quickie Las Vegas wedding. Never expected my marriage to be for anything but love. And now I'm standing backstage in the WXYZ studios, about to go live on air. When I agreed to this wedding plan, I never expected things to turn out this way. It is like my life took a step into the surreal, and all I can do is tread water to keep myself from drowning. Alexei steps beside me and slips his hand in mine, giving it a quick squeeze, then holding on. As much as all this is his fault, he has been a life preserver, keeping me tethered while the whole world seems crazy. No, I can't fault him for this. It might have been his idea, but I agreed, and I'm getting something out of our fake relationship too. Behind the cameras, one of the producers counts down from the commercial break. He goes silent at the count of 3, then uses his fingers, finally pointing to Georgia Peterson as the bump music plays. Georgia beams a smile as the camera opens on her. I've seen her show before, or at least had it on in the background, while I got ready for work in the morning. I can add meeting her to the list of things I never expected to do. Having only seen her on the screen, that meeting is as surreal as anything else that has been happening to me. Like her image on screen, she is perfectly made up with a tailored skirt suit, and her bottle blonde hair full of so much product it wouldn't shift an inch in a hurricane. She smiles into the camera, that welcoming smile a good half of the televisions in Detroit watch every morning. The small studio audience quiets before she speaks. Our next guests have been all over the internet and news in the last few days, ever since their proposal at the end of a playoff-clinching hockey game just the other day. She says, and a quick clip of the proposal plays as the audience cheers. Since then, news of their marriage in Las Vegas has only added fuel to the fire. Here to talk about everything are Alexi Scott and his new wife, Maya Johnson. The cheering grows. The backstage producer pulls the curtain open and motions us to go through. Who knew such a small audience could be so loud? They whoop and cheer as we walk onto the stage. Alexi never lets go of my hand, thankfully. If he did, I might end up freezing just watching the crowd. Alexi, Maya, thank you so much for coming on Mornings with Georgia, Georgia says after we sit on the couch next to her chair. Obviously, your proposal and wedding have taken the internet by storm, but I want to know more about how you met. How did this whirlwind romance begin? Alexi glances my way, still holding my hand, before flashing a quick smile. We agreed beforehand he would do most of the talking, but to make it look like I might take the questions, I give him a nod. Maya is the team's physical therapist. We first met when I was rehabbing my wrist at the start of the season, he says. She was in charge of the rehab. And was it love at first sight? Georgia asks. Not at all. Alexei shakes his head, and a few members of the audience chuckle. She was a taskmaster, but if I hadn't followed her demands, who knows if my wrist would be strong enough to help take the team to the playoffs. He leans into my shoulder. The audience claps and Georgia gives a little smirk. It almost feels real as the questions continue. We set the record straight on the pregnancy question before the next commercial break ends the interview. As we move backstage, Alexi keeps my hand in his. It feels natural. Chapter 16. Maya. Backstage again after our interview, I let out a deep breath and let myself relax. Alexi squeezes my hand, offering a nod that seems to say, "See, that wasn't hard, was it?" No, it wasn't. But in the whirlwind that my life has become in the last few days, weeks, if I start counting at the start of me agreeing to this crazy idea, everything has seemed easier than I had expected, from dealing with the paparazzi to our public and viral proposal and quickie marriage to the live television interview we just did. Maybe I'm just surprised how easy it has all become, like it should hit me harder how crazy my life has become. We should stick around to talk to Georgia after the show, Alexi says. Always a good idea to keep the media on your side if you can. I'll keep that in mind, I reply, chuckling at the thought. Yet another thing I never thought I'd have to deal with. On the monitors, Georgia introduces her last guest, the chef of a local fusion restaurant. Alexei and I watch the short cooking segment. He keeps hold of my hand, and I find it incredibly distracting. Sure, there are others around us. A whole hive of behind-the-scenes people keeping the show going. So on one hand, it helps sell the facade of our relationship. But I can't help but wonder if it means anything more. I don't even know what I want. We started this whole thing with the understanding that it was and will remain a business relationship, one for our mutual gain. Still, over the last few days, it has been easy in certain moments to forget that the romance in our relationship is nothing but a facade. The proposal seemed so genuine it took my breath away. Even though it was a shotgun wedding in a Las Vegas chapel, when the officiant said, "You may kiss the bride," I felt the same. Georgia thanks the chef before closing out the show, to the applause of the small studio audience. She waves to the crowd as the credits roll over her on the monitors. As they switch to a commercial, she makes her way backstage. "Alexei," she calls out, arms wide with a smile just as big. "Thank you so much for choosing my show for this interview." Alexei's hand slips from mine, and he lets Georgia pull him into a tight hug. All the uncertainty I've been feeling about our fake relationship, feeling too real, or not real enough, solidifies into a deep frown watching their embrace. I shake it off when Georgia pulls away and looks at me. "And you're lucky lady," Georgia says, smirk on her face. "I hope you know just what a big catch you have here in Alexi, Miss Johnson, right? Mrs. Scott, I reply. The smirk on her face falters. Narrowed eyes dart between me and Alexei before she extends her hand to shake mine. Alexei watches from the side, chewing his lip. You got yourself a firecracker, Alexei. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised. I know from experience how much you like feisty girls, Georgia says, patting Alexei's shoulder. You're very lucky, Mrs. Scott. A lot of women would have a hard time holding on to a catch like this. Alexi steps close to Georgia and whispers something in her ear. She gives a dramatic sigh and rolls her eyes when he moves away, then shakes her head. I'll leave you lovebirds alone, she says, offering her ready for prime time, or at least morning drive time, smile. If you want to break any more news, Alexi, you know where to find me. With that, she is off, and I'm staring at her retreating form. She and Alexi shared an informality that is unmistakable. Even without her roundabout confirmation, they had once been intimate. It shouldn't bother me at all. I haven't shared any of my past relationships with Alexi. Why should I care about his, even when it is with some bottle blonde bimbo with caked-on TV makeup? Didn't I say it is best to keep the media on your side? Alexi says. Georgia does the morning show full of fluff and fun cooking segments. You acted like she was an investigative reporter with a scoop on you. What was that? Could he not see it? She had gone after me first. Maybe he didn't want to see it. Maybe his past relationship with her is clouding his judgment. Heck, I've only been in a fake relationship with the man for a little while. No matter how real the marriage certificate is. Maybe I don't know him as well as I think I did. Sorry, must be the jet lag. Something about her rubbed me the wrong way, I say, offering a shrug. He bites his lip, eyes on me. I can tell he doesn't believe me, or he suspects something else. I did not plan to get snippy with Georgia. She had rubbed me the wrong way by rubbing her past relationship with Alexei in my face. I know we were planning on moving your things into my townhouse today, but we can wait if you'd like, he says. Him being so considerate would have scored some points earlier. After seeing him interact with Georgia, though, it needles at me. I shake my head. If we want the world to see us as man and wife, we need to move in together, even if I'll be in a different bedroom, I reply. I don't need to even unpack everything right now. Mostly just my clothes and toiletries. We can deal with the rest later. Movers have already packed everything I need from my apartment. We decided on that before our hurried Las Vegas elopement. In Las Vegas, we shared a hotel suite, but in separate rooms. Moving into his townhouse will be the same, though it feels different. I had been excited to take that step before, but when we returned to his townhouse from the TV studio, to my waiting boxes, I keep thinking about Georgia. Had Alexi entertained that insufferable woman here? It's so stupid for me to even consider. Alexei and I only have a business relationship, regardless of the facade we put out to the world. I'm only his wife on paper. I shouldn't care about his past relationships and the women he's been with. As much as I can tell myself this, the thoughts still haunt me. I know the truth, yet I deny it at the same time because I want a different one. That smile Alexi shared with Georgia backstage at the TV studio. I want to share something like that with him. That realization does nothing to help my mood. As kind as Alexei has been to me, he made the boundaries of our relationship clear. It is a facade, period. Wanting more put me in this funk, and that is all it will do. It isn't happening. Being in Alexei's home isn't helping. He hovers around me as I start dealing with the moving boxes. I pick one up and he is there, ready to take it from me, to carry it to the room that will be mine from now on. I've got it. It is just clothes, not very heavy, I say. Alexei frowns, and as I start up the stairs with the box, he grabs a couple more and follows me up. Those attentive eyes are on me when we set the boxes down. He wants to say something, I just know it, but he holds his tongue, frowning as I step out to get another load. "Are you sure it is just jet lag?" he asks when we are back in my room with the last of the boxes of my clothes laid on the floor. "You were fine during the interview, but, well, I'm here if you want to talk about it." Georgia is right. He is a damn catch. A lot of guys would have missed my mood change. I kind of wish Alexi had. It would make everything so much easier, wouldn't it? I never would have let myself feel anything for him in that case. We would just be two people in a mutually beneficial business relationship. "It is just jet lag. I'll be fine," I say before opening one of the moving boxes. "And I can handle unpacking my stuff by myself. You can leave me to it." "Are you sure?" He is still hovering with a deep frown. He's too dang observant, seeing through my lies. But what can he do? When I nod, he steps toward the door, then out, looking back before disappearing. I move away from the box and head to the door, closing it. Now, alone in the room that will be mine, I let myself relax. Unshed tears fill my eyes, but I won't let them fall. I'm not crying over him and the relationship that should be fake. Keeping busy will help, I tell myself. That has me back to the boxes, slowly unpacking all of my things. More unshed tears fill my eyes, even with the work keeping me busy. I don't want to feel this way, but can't help it. Why couldn't I keep things professional? That question haunts me as much as the hug Alexi shared with Georgia this morning. Maybe the whirlwind of it all kept me from considering it earlier. Now that I have a moment to breathe, it is all hitting me. I hate how easily I fell in love with Alexei, even without wanting to.
Chapter 17. Alexi. I go through the motions of a normal day, day after day, and Maya is still quiet. It's driving me crazy. I can't figure out what happened to upset her, to take away that bright personality I've come to recognize. Now she walks around emotionless, barely responding to me unless absolutely necessary. Gone are the mornings of small talk and the nights we spent connecting over childhood stories. Her absence is causing a strange tightening in my chest. For some reason, I find myself constantly worrying about her, speculating as to why she's upset, and reviewing everything that happened at that interview. Something someone said, maybe. Or she's simply tired after being shoved into the spotlight so suddenly. I pass her in the hallways and try to offer my most genuine smile. I greet her with all the warmth I would a best friend, but she just weakly smiles back, only occasionally says anything in return, and keeps her eyes trained on the floor. The strangest thing, the other guys on the team haven't noticed anything wrong. They visit her office and come back talking about how lovely she is, huge smiles on their faces. I've seen her through the window a few times. With everyone else, she is acting almost completely normal, but with me, she's completely void of anything. I can tell there's something brewing even when she's working, but she only shows her true emotional state in front of me. Selfishly, I think that I'd prefer her to keep up appearances and offer me the occasional smile. I miss the comfort her presence brings. I miss the way I wait for her to wake up in the mornings, all tired and grumpy while I make her breakfast. I didn't realize how much I've come to enjoy the pure domesticity of the whole situation. My entire daily routine is askew, and it's beginning to affect my focus at practice. I find myself always searching around the building, hoping to see her. Even though she barely acknowledges me, I feel a little better when we pass by in the halls. Out on the ice, I'm constantly scanning the sidelines to catch a glimpse of her. I hang on to every word from my teammates for a mention of her name or a reason to go pay her a visit. I've started taking stupid tasks like delivering reports to her office, but she's never there. It's like she can sense I'm coming and just vacates the area. It all hurts more than it should. I'm constantly trying to convince myself that all these feelings are just because I'm knocked out of my routine. None of it really has to do with Maya. It's just her disrupting my daily schedule that is making me so anxious. I could so easily place the blame for my mistakes during practice on her, but I can't. I can't feel any affection for her. I certainly can't be attracted to her. This would break everything within our contract, putting both of our end goals in jeopardy. No matter how I feel, that's not a risk I can take. Maybe in a year or two, when all of the pressure is gone, I could revisit these thoughts. But for now, my only option is to continue convincing myself that I don't feel anything for her. Otherwise, both of our careers might go down the drain. I also miss the way she just gets me. Each little change in my demeanor she knew. She knows how to help me when I need to leave a situation. She knows when I'm hiding my stress or if something happened during practice. She can just tell these things by reading me like no one else can, not even Steve. She understands me so well, and I wish I was able to do the same. I wish I could fix whatever was bothering her so much. I sit up in bed, looking around in the dark. I know she's right down the hall, sleeping peacefully while I'm tossing and turning for hours. She has no idea what she's doing to me right now. I put my head in my hands. This is just another sleepless night in a row of many. I don't remember the last time I was able to sleep without constantly worrying about Maya. What if it was something I did? She's only acting this way in front of me. She seems fine with everyone else. I might not be able to figure out what happened or how to fix it, but there might be a way to make her smile again. She's been stressed since her financial struggles began, all due to this nameless broker who ran away with her money. Maybe it's time to find this son of a bitch and bring him to justice. I pull out my phone and search my contacts for my lawyer. I shoot him a quick message asking if he knew any reliable private investigators. Despite it being 2 a.m, he responds right away with a contact card and a name. I send William, P.I., a message as well, detailing the situation and asking if he would be able to help. With nothing else to do for the time being, I lay down and try to get some sleep. The next morning, I wake up to find a text message from William. He wrote that he has dealt with many similar situations, and this would be no problem. I respond, telling him to get started right away, and that the price would not be an issue. I just need this solved as fast as possible. The longer Maya walks around so gloomy, the longer I'll continue to suffer. For the first time in days, I feel a bit of relief. At least I've taken a few steps to remedy the situation, especially if whatever happened is because of me. I quickly get ready and head downstairs to make breakfast. Maya's bedroom door is still closed and the lights are off. I smile, a plan forming. I head downstairs to make her an amazing breakfast in which I will deliver the good news about this private investigator. I pull out my old waffle iron and heat it up. I cut fresh fruit and mix it all in a bowl together to make a little fruit salad. I make both plain and chocolate chip waffles, just in case she doesn't like one. I even set out the syrup I ordered from Canada instead of the cheap grocery store stuff. I want to make this special. I want to turn her week around, make her smile and feel happy once again. Not to mention, I've noticed she hasn't been eating as well either. This way, she'll have leftovers to snack on as well. From upstairs, I hear Maya's door creak open slowly. Her footsteps follow, heading down the stairs slowly. I know she's going to peek around the doorway, not wanting me to see her so she can survey the situation and decide if she wants to hang out with me. I give her space and wait until she enters the kitchen of her own will. "Waffles?" Maya asks quietly. I have to resist gasping in joy. The first non-essential word she's said to me in days. I'm over the moon. "Yep, plain and chocolate chip. Which do you want?" I start setting some fruit around the plate in a fancy little display. "Whichever, it doesn't matter," she mutters. Well, that change of pace didn't last long. I give her a chocolate chip one because chocolate chips always make people a little happier. And maybe she's just tired. I place the food in front of her and she looks at it hungrily. I take a mental note to make waffles the next time she's upset. So, I sit across from her and start cutting into my own waffle. I did a little something last night. Maya barely nods, carefully covering her waffle with my fancy syrup. She's filling each little square. "I contacted a private investigator." That piques her interest. She looks up at me. "Oh?" I nod. Just to do some digging. See what he can find about that dumbass broker of yours. Maya pauses, chewing her food for a moment. You hired a private investigator to find my broker? I smile. Yes, I did. Why? I can't read her right now. I have no idea how she's taking this information. I thought it might make you happy, and to bring him to justice. Finally, she cracks a smile. That would be nice. I breathe an audible sigh of relief. He should be letting me know what he's found soon. Keep me updated. She digs back into the food. I will. We eat in a now comfortable silence for a while. I can finally savor my food and enjoy the moment with her presence fully returned in front of me. When Maya's done and she stands to take her dish to the sink, she looks at me. Thank you, Alexi. I smile, trying not to notice the way my heart swelled when I heard her say my name.
Chapter 18. Maya. After the first day, we found out Richard the broker was going under a false identity that was stolen. The real man is a suspected felon with several arrest warrants out for him. He was able to evade the police for this long with the very real name and ID of Richard. However, he was nowhere to be found, and other than his actual name, the investigator had no leads. The second day, William found a check Richard had used to pay a mortgage. Through this, William finally had his bank account details. He was able to follow this to find his credit card, which he was still using somewhere out in Colorado. The third day, William reported all of his findings to the police and an estimated location. He asked them to send updates as they became available to forward to Alexei. I waited on pins and needles as all of this happened. Even if I didn't get my money back, I would sleep a little easier knowing that Richard wasn't out somewhere scamming someone else out of their life savings. I did everything right in my life, but all it took was trusting one wrong person for me to lose it all. At least if he was locked away, that would be one less man out in the streets looking for a victim. After an excruciating 4 days, Alexi burst into my office holding his phone out triumphantly. "We got him," he yells. I jump at his loud entrance. I had been focused on some paperwork and was not prepared for him to bust in like that. I look up at him, and he is beaming from ear to ear. "Huh?" I ask. I know I heard him correctly, but I almost don't even believe it. "He's arrested." Alexi shoves his phone in my face with William's message, detailing the arrest and his mugshot. "Oh my God!" I shoot out of my seat and run to Alexei, hugging him tightly. "The police said William was the key in finding this guy." He holds me tightly to him. "And they even recovered part of your money." "No, for real?" I look at the messages to verify what he said. And right there, William wrote, "I should be receiving a check in the mail in the coming days. Thank you." At this moment, I feel nothing but gratitude for Alexei. Without his help, the police would never have found the guy, and some of my money no less. I hardly even care that I won't be getting the full amount. I'd already accepted the total loss, and this is so much better than I ever expected. I move to step back, but Alexei's hold lingers for just a second. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but it feels like he almost doesn't want me to pull away. I feel my heart start beating a little faster at the thought. "Hey," his voice softens. "How about we go to dinner to celebrate?" I smile. "That sounds really nice." Alexi guides me into another restaurant I had never seen before. It is much more welcoming than the heavily media-populated one we went to only a few weeks ago. In some parts of my mind, that feels like a lifetime ago, and in others it feels like just yesterday. Time has been flying by in a whirlwind lately, but I can remember every single second I've spent with Alexi so clearly. I'm beginning to treasure some of those memories, even the stressful ones. He is always there to comfort me, making the bad memories good memories too. He reserved a table at the very back of the restaurant in a corner. It's blocked partially by the fireplace protruding from the wall next to us, giving us almost complete privacy from the nearby tables. Alexei allows me to sit against the wall, so I can be fully hidden. I appreciate the gesture. After so many days spent staying in the spotlight, I'm much more relaxed when I know people aren't actively watching my every move. I'm happy to see you so smiley again, Alexi comments, making my face heat up. Well, I have you to thank for that. I really am incredibly grateful for what he did. The police even said it. The most important tip came from the private investigator. Had Alexi not wanted to make me happy again, this situation would never have been concluded. And he did it solely because he was worried about me. No one had ever shown anything close to the amount of care and attention for me that he has. A waiter comes up to us with 2 glasses of wine, very full, that we had not ordered. "Hello, welcome," he stutters nervously. "Oh," Alexi begins to shake his head. "We haven't ordered anything yet." Yes, these are on the house." He pushes the glasses around Alexi's hand, trying to block the table. Sensing the tension in the waiter, I give him a warm smile. "Thank you, we appreciate it." He nods. "We're all huge fans." Oh, just when I thought I could have a peaceful night out, something has to come and disrupt it. "Listen, kid." Alexi beckons him to lean in and pay attention. The waiter eagerly looks Alexi in the eye. "I'll leave you a big tip and an autograph if you treat us like normal customers for the rest of the night." The waiter straightens his back and looks slightly surprised for a moment. "Of course, sir. So sorry." Alexi nods in satisfaction with the change in demeanor. "But keep the wine off the check." He winks at me, making me giggle. I take a sip. It is a wonderful fruity blend I've never had before. Something with pineapple, making the alcohol barely noticeable. That could be dangerous, given my track record of a very low tolerance for drinks. I set my drink down and look at him. His eyes focus back on me and I lose my breath for a second. Having all of his attention is an overwhelming but rewarding feeling. I just wanted to say, I take a breath. I really appreciate everything you've done for me. He smiles. Of course. Anything to make you happy? I feel my cheeks heating up. I'm at a loss for words. He notices my hesitation. I just mean, I hate not seeing you smiling all the time. You're always the light in the dark. As if that was supposed to give me something to say. Now I really don't know how to respond. No one has ever described me in that way before. I take another drink. But anyway, he clears his throat. What are you going to get? A few glasses of wine later, Alexei takes the check from the waiter. I'm feeling warm and bubbly on the inside, but my mind is clear as glass. I can't stop looking at him. In the dim light of the restaurant, his skin seems to be glowing. His hair is resting so perfectly in every direction, making me want to run my hand through it. Ready to go? He stands, offering me his hand to help me up. I gladly accept it. Yes. His hand begins to relax, but I hold on tight. He glances at our connected hands, but doesn't let go. We walk out of the restaurant. He opens the passenger door for me and closes it. We ride in a comfortable silence, a plan brewing in my mind. The alcohol is helping my nerves greatly. Nothing but desire courses through my veins. The typical anxiety I feel around him when I think about him this way is nowhere to be found. Feeling a movie when we get back? I ask, setting my idea in motion. Sure, that sounds nice. He smiles. He keeps his eyes on the road. I almost wish he'd look at me, but his concentration shows me his caring nature. He doesn't want to make a single wrong movement and have me end up hurt. When we arrive home, I head straight for the couch. I sit more toward the middle than I ever have, just to see where he'll put himself. Alexi sits down, unfortunately, by the arm of the chair. He flicks through a few options and lands on some action movie I couldn't care less about. I keep looking at him, studying the way the glow from the TV highlights his face in a magical way. He tries to focus on the movie, but eventually looks at me. Why are you staring at me? I move my face right in front of his, my lips hovering. His breath catches as I interrupt him. Then slowly, I touch my lips to his. I feel him hesitate and I begin to think again. This is completely blurring the line of our arrangement. This makes everything feel real, not just a partnership of necessity. But I love the feeling of his nose touching mine and our lips connecting. He starts to kiss me back, confirming the thoughts I've been having. He has some sort of feelings outside of our close friendship. We begin to push into each other, becoming more desperate. His hand reaches up to the back of my neck, pulling my body closer. I feel my legs intertwining with his. I rest my arms over his shoulders. My heart is racing and I can feel him becoming more comfortable with this. I can barely breathe with the adrenaline and pure contentedness I feel coursing through my body. This moment solidifies everything I've tried to deny. I have feelings for Alexei. I don't want our relationship to be fake anymore.
Chapter 19. Alexi. The chaste little peck I shared with Maya during our quickie wedding ceremony in Las Vegas fit the artifice of our relationship as to the limits we agreed to. The business relationship it was and was supposed to continue to be. Even then, though I couldn't admit as much to myself, I wanted more, but I kept my lips pressed shut then, same as her before pulling back. And the other kisses we've shared for the paparazzi, they were kept short. Just enough to be believable. Now our lips have met for a second time and neither of us are keeping things chaste. In the excitement of the moment, I have no idea if hers opened first or mine did. It doesn't matter. Our tongues dance, hungrily and frantically, as if making up for lost time. I can't even place the moment when I started seeing Maya differently. It is like it happened so gradually that before I realized it, I wanted more than we agreed to take this relationship beyond one of business and mutual benefit. Seeing her so happy tonight, having dealt with her double-dealing broker, makes me want to see her smile more and more, carefree and happy. My hands slide up to cup her cheeks as our kiss continues, fingers brushing over delicate, smooth skin I've longed to touch. She holds me close, pressing my body against hers as she drops back on the couch. Our lips never part, and I'm lying next to her ready to continue, to take things all the way. But I stop myself. We've been drinking. She's just gotten good news about her financial situation. As much as I want this, want her, the last thing I want is to take advantage of her. That is enough for me to pull my lips from hers. She frowns and bites her lip, looking at me with narrowed eyes. There is hurt in them that I want to take away, just as it stabs at me for causing that pain, even for good reasons. I don't want to do anything you're uncomfortable with, I whisper, words stammering together. We always agreed this would be just a business relationship. Nothing more. And you've been drinking. I don't want to take advantage of you. She doesn't say a word, but the pain in her expression turns to humor. A chuckle escapes her lips before she tries to reclaim mine with them. I block them with my hand. She leans back, head shaking, sending her hair dancing. One of her braids falls over her face. If I wanted you to stop, I'd tell you to stop, she whispers, giving me a mock glare. Did I tell you to stop? No, I reply. As much as I want to hear that, I still hesitate. Looking into her eyes, I see no sign of hesitation. She wants this as much as I do, which has my heart singing. But she's still been drinking. I won't take advantage of her just because the booze urges her on. I respect her too much for that. Wouldn't even take advantage of a woman I didn't share the same respect for in a situation like this. Still, you've been drinking, I say. That can turn no's or I don't knows into yeses. I don't want to take advantage of you. I will not. We had a couple drinks with dinner, Alexi. I'm not drunk. You're not drunk, she says, dropping her head back against the cushion. Are you going to make me do a sobriety test before you kiss me again? I'll pass it, but wouldn't it be better if we just kept going? Well, you aren't slurring your words, I reply, head tilted in mock consideration. Looks like we've hit a scene that's just too fiery for YouTube. For the uncut, unabridged version, visit TylerWalker.com and enter code SAVE40 for a scorching deal. Let's dive back into the story. Chapter 20. Alexi. Looking at Maya fills me with a sense of tenderness I didn't know I possessed. She's breathtaking with her black hair and hazel eyes. There's nothing I wouldn't do for her. She pulls on a robe and I do the same, not wanting her to leave. She looks at me as simply states, "I'd love a bath." Filled with the desire to simply hold her close, I sweep her up into my arms and carry her upstairs. I turn right and enter the bathroom, setting her down carefully on the lip of the tub so I can turn the water on. The sound of rushing water fills the air around us, creating a symphony of soft splashes and gentle sighs. The steam rises, curling up in intricate spirals until it disappears into a ceiling painted like the evening sky. I watch as Maya kicks off her shoes, the delicate arch of her foot catching the soft light that filters in through the stained glass window. As I adjust the temperature of the water to just right, I pull out several vials from the cabinet above the sink, lavender, vanilla, and rosemary. A bouquet of scents to create a calming ambience. Uncapping one by one, I mix them into the running water, watching as they twist and whirl with the current. My attention turns to her as she slowly removes her clothing, folding each one neatly on a nearby chair. I can't help but admire her, the way she moves with such grace and poise. She looks at me then, one dimpled smile lighting up her face before she steps into the steaming water, her lithe body descending smoothly into its welcoming warmth. I shed my own clothes quickly and join her in the tub. The scent of lavender hits me first, followed closely by vanilla and rosemary. It's an intoxicating blend that makes me feel heady with warmth and pleasure. The steam wraps around me like a comforting blanket, softening my rough edges and bringing ease to my weary muscles. The water engulfs my body as I settle in next to her, the scents of lavender, vanilla, and rosemary clinging to our bodies like a secret shared only between us. I take notice of the way the water seems to welcome her touch, creating rippling waves that dance upon her skin. The droplets cling onto her like little diamonds reflecting the gentle light from the flickering candles around us. Its soft glow illuminating those hazel eyes, every fleck of gold sparkling with a deeper meaning than words could ever capture. "You're so gorgeous," I murmur. Maya reaches out and gently traces a trail of water droplets up my arm with her finger, sending ripples of pleasure coursing through my veins. Her touch is feather-light, yet it carries the weight of intimacy only lovers share. She leans against me, resting her head on my shoulder, and I can feel the soft rhythm of her breath against my skin. I bring my hand up to comb through her black hair, soaking wet with fragrant bath water. It's as soft and sleek as nightfall itself. I watch as Maya closes her eyes, welcoming the silent serenity of this moment. It's then when I realize how extraordinary she truly is. Her strength wrapped in softness, her courage shining brighter than the candlelit room. I lean in to kiss her forehead, breathing her in, the intoxicating scent of lavender mingled with the unique essence that is purely Maya. Her eyes flutter open and meet mine, pools of hazel mirroring a promise of eternal love. "Please," she whispers. Her hand gently glides from my shoulder to my neck, pulling me closer until our lips meet in a slow, languid kiss. It's a dance of love as much as it is one of desire, slow and rhythmic like the sway of the sea. The intimacy deepens as our bodies meld together under the warm water. The world beyond the bathroom walls ceases to exist. It's just us, soaked in serenity and veiled by steamy passion. As I explore her body with my fingers following trails of water droplets, every curve under my touch feels like poetry etched on her skin. Her gasp echoes around the marble-tiled bathroom as I find sensitive spots that make her twitch with pleasure. I savor every sound she makes, each becoming a symphony that quickens my heartbeat. basking in the glow of her satisfaction, stirs a welcome fire inside me. I pull Maya closer still, until there's no space left between us. The warmth emanating from her strength wrapped in softness, her courage shining brighter than the candlelit room. Her body shivers against mine as I trace a path down her neck, feeling every beat of her pulse under my lips. The quiet moan she lets out sends tremors through me, heat spreading in waves from every point our bodies connect. Her nails dig into my shoulders, a sweetly painful reminder of the boundary we're about to cross. The taste of her lips is intoxicating. The softness of them against mine is enough to drive me to madness. She tastes like lavender, sweet and heavenly, with an undertone of desire that only serves to stoke the fire within me. This chapter is really heating up. Unfortunately, we can't show you this portion of the story, as it's too hot for YouTube. Find all the delightful unabridged details over at tylawalker.com and use code SAVE40 for a great deal that'll make your heart pound with excitement. Back to it. Slowly, our breathing steadies, and we find ourselves shrouded in a comforting silence. Our bodies, relaxed and sated, remain entwined, a testament to the connection we forged. As the hot water begins to cool, Maya shifts to rest more fully against me, her soft curves aligning perfectly with my stronger lines. Her hand slides along my arm, her fingers tracing lazy patterns that send shivers down my spine even after our recent pinnacle. I pull her closer, tucking her under my chin as I close my eyes and let myself indulge in the moment. Her heartbeat is a soothing rhythm against my chest, matching my own in a slow dance of contentment. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylawalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylawalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 21. Maya. The spatula smashes the pancake against the side of the pan. A few drops of batter dribble off, sizzling in a drop of butter. I flip the pancake on top of them, frowning at my effort. Alexi chuckles and leans over me. He tears off the lumpy corner of the still cooking pancake. I try to stop him, but he gets it to his mouth, giggling the whole time. You're supposed to wait for them to get cooked at least, I say, with a playful swing of the spatula. And the first one always screws up. Not my fault. If the first one is always bad, what's the harm in giving it a taste? He replies, going in for more. The spatula blocks his path, smashing the pancake to the hot pan with a satisfying sizzle. Alexi's arm slides around my stomach. He presses me against himself, then picks me up, swinging me to the side. I playfully resist, or at least make a show of it, without knocking the handle of the pan or close to the gas. It is only the first pancake after all. They always screw up anyway. Once he has his second bite of the still cooking pancake, he sets me down and retreats faster than I can swat his hand with the spatula, laughing all the way. So am I. But I turn back to the remains of that first pancake and flip it onto the waiting platter before pouring more batter into the pan. Alexi stands close by, just out of spatula range with his eyes on the currently cooking pancakes, nice round ones, compared to the poor abused first. I know he's going to try for more once I flip them. Right after I slide the spatula under them and turn them, I move to that first pancake and use the spatula to toss it at Alexei. He doesn't expect the move, his eyes widen, and the misshapen pancake bats from hand to hand, almost slipping to the floor, but he finally holds on to it. He gives me a mock scowl before shoving it into his mouth. "I can see why you don't play goalie," I say with a teasing tone. "I'm a great goalie," he replies, mouth full. "But I'm so much better in the action." He pounces and has me in his arms, spinning away from the stove. We kiss. I can taste the pancake on his lips. We might have continued if the burning scent hadn't reached me. I pull away and hurry back to the stove, flapping off the charred pancakes. "Those are yours now," I say, glaring at him. "That's what you get for distracting me. You get the burned pancakes." "Worth it." He shrugs, though a slight frown comes to his face when he examines those overcooked circles. After a few more, perfectly golden brown and delicious pancakes join the platter. We head to the small table in the windowed alcove next to the kitchen to eat. Alexi drowns his pancakes in syrup. Genuine Canadian maple? No fake syrups in his house. I learned that the first time I made pancakes here, not that I'm a fan of the imitation stuff myself. My own plate gets a more judicious amount. I can't help but smile watching him eat, seeing how much he enjoys my food. Going into this agreement, I saw us living our separate lives until we both got what we wanted from it. There were no signs of domestic bliss like quiet mornings together, and certainly none of the activities we got into last night in our bedroom. There were no shared bedrooms at all in the agreement, yet here we are, and I wouldn't want it any other way. "If you don't want your pancakes, I'm happy for more," Alexi says, reaching over with his fork. "You eat any more, and you're going to need a few extra hours in the gym today," I reply, pulling my plate away. "I can think of other ways I can work those calories off." His eyebrows rise. "So can I." "You can start by cleaning up the kitchen," I say. His jaw falls and he watches me with narrowed eyes. I try to keep a serious look, but fall into giggles a moment later. His head shakes, and he pops the last bite on his plate into his mouth. "Don't you know every woman loves a man who'll do the dishes?" I say. "Just imagine how they can show gratitude for being such a good boy." It only takes him a second to realize where I'm going. His eyes widen, and he glances over at the small mess in the kitchen from making the pancakes. "Well, I wasn't planning on hitting the gym until this afternoon anyway," he says. "Maybe I'll see what I can do about that huge mess you made of the kitchen." "Making you breakfast, and it is hardly a mess," I reply, already laughing. His phone buzzes on the table, clattering loudly. It steals all our attention and my response. His eyes widen, looking at the screen. Then he pops up from his chair. The sudden change in demeanor has me apprehensive, holding my breath. I find myself on my feet, too. "Howard," Alexi answers with the name of the team manager. That has me gripping the back of the chair I just vacated. This must be about the contract. He'd already helped me deal with my financial problems per our agreement. Securing a new and lucrative, more lucrative contract was his side of the coin. I did not expect it to happen so quickly. Alexi paces back and forth, nodding while listening to Howard talk. I realize I'm not just nervous about the contract, but the implication. We agreed to go our separate ways after he got the new contract. We came to that term before our facade of a relationship turned into something more. But what if he wants to stick with it? What am I going to do? "This sounds good, Howard. Real good," Alexi says, flashing a beaming smile at me and giving a thumbs up. I match his grin, but keep my hands on the back of the chair. He paces, quicker now, still nodding. His voice is almost booming each time he agrees with Howard over whatever contract provision he is laying out. "The answer is yes," Alexi says. I'll come down to the office and sign this right now. Right freaking now. With that, he hangs up the phone and lets out a triumphant whoop, pumping his fist. I get no chance to ask or even say a word. He clears the distance between us and takes me in his arms. I'm spinning limply around the room for a moment before he sets me down. I'm laughing with him by the end, even filled with dread matching the elation of the moment. It worked. It really worked, he says, lifting me up into the air again. Even better terms than I wanted. Not that I was about to say that to Howard. You are worth every penny to the team, I reply. I'm so happy for you, truly. The moment turns awkward. He gives a shrug and that beaming smile falters, but then he glances at his watch, eyes wide. I have to get to the office to sign before Howard changes his mind, he says. He pulls me into another hug and gives me a peck on the cheek. Before leaving the room, that smile fades again and the moment lingers uncomfortably. This has been the goal. With my issues taken care of, he needed the new contract, and we'd both have what we came into this marriage for. How many things have changed since then, though? Was it enough? Or were we going to stick with the agreement? In that lingering awkwardness, I can't say. Maybe I just don't want to face the question and the potential pain it brings. Maybe I want to hash it all out now, just to know where I stand so I can prepare for that potential pain. Unfortunately, I don't have that luxury. I really do have to run, Alexi says before hurrying from the room. And just like that, I am alone with my thoughts. We enjoyed a few silent moments during breakfast as we ate in each other's company. That silence was welcoming and familiar. Now it loomed, pushing my thoughts into places I want to ignore. I keep busy for a few minutes, quickly cleaning the few dishes in the kitchen, but that is hardly the distraction I hope it will be. It only reminds me of the pleasant breakfast and the time I've spent with Alexi here. Now that we've both gotten what we needed out of our agreement, was it all coming to an end? Tears cloud my eyes as I move to our bedroom. If this is the end, I need to prepare for it. Packing my things becomes my new distraction, an equally ineffective one. The outfit I wore for our date at the festival takes my thoughts right back to that night, back before we broke our agreement and things got personal. Even back then, I wanted more than just the business relationship we agreed to. Not that I admitted it to myself then. With what we've built after, am I being presumptuous packing my things? I want to say yes, but I don't know. In the end, I don't want to be caught on the wrong foot. I imagine Alexei coming home after signing his new contract and expecting me gone. Packing up then would make me a wreck. I'm not letting that happen to me, so I keep going. It isn't long until I have everything ready to go. In the center of the bedroom, I hesitate, glancing around the space. My eyes fall on our wedding picture, snapped by Alexi's teammate Steve sitting on his dresser. There we are, smiling widely for the camera in that little Las Vegas wedding chapel. That was before we'd moved beyond the business relationship we agreed to. Those smiles were as fake as our relationship at the time. But was that true now? I don't know. I want to think everything is different now, but I don't know. I make my way down the stairs with my bags, ready to leave like a thief in the night, but stop again, giving the place another look, maybe the last. This place didn't feel like a home when I first moved in, but that's changed. I'm going to miss this place. I'm going to miss him, but I have to go now, on my own terms. That's what I keep telling myself.
Chapter 22. Alexi. I burst out of Howard's office with a huge smile on my face and a new contract in my hands to match. The smile only grows thinking about the deal our team manager gave me. It is everything I wanted and more, better than I could have imagined, and I have a vast imagination. When I proposed the plan to Maya, I knew it would work and help get me a worthy extension, but nothing like this. Of course, A lot of our agreement hasn't worked out the way I expected, but I have absolutely no complaints. I can't wait to get back home to her. With her in my thoughts, I hurry out of the team's offices, nodding and waving to those I pass, but not taking a moment to speak. I want to share the good news with Maya in person. She's the only one I want to celebrate such a victory with. It is amazing how things can change, even when you least expect them to. Our whole plan was a quid pro quo business relationship, nothing more than the only person I want to celebrate my contract extension with. I've fallen for her completely. Never thought that would happen with anyone. In my car, I have to watch my speed. It starts creeping up as I'm imagining Maya's face when I tell her the details of the deal, how I couldn't have ever gotten a contract like this without her, how I couldn't imagine not having her in my life. Stuck behind a red light, my fingers drum the steering wheel waiting for the light to change. My eyes drift around the street, seeking out distraction since I can't get closer to home. My plans change when they fall on a cake shop. What better way to celebrate? It is a narrow shop with a small front end. A display of different pastries takes up half the case with cakes in the other. I step into the line and let my eyes scan over the offerings. Everything looks so good, at least to my less than discerning dessert eye. I'd be more than happy with any of the pastries, from the chocolate-filled and sugar-dusted croissants made with seemingly endless layers to the Danish, with its massive cheese center and zigzag of glaze. A cake steals my attention, though. It is a mammoth slice of white cake, 5 layers with strawberries and pink frosting between them. The same frosting coats the outside with more strawberry slices in a pattern on top and the side. Maya loves strawberries. It is absolutely perfect. The woman behind the counter doesn't recognize me, or at least doesn't acknowledge me. I don't expect it. This isn't exactly the type of place that brings in the hockey fans. None of the other people in the line know who I am either, but after purchasing my humongous slice of cake, I see a few guys staring through the window and not at the cakes. Fans are part of the game, and they are why we get paid to play, so I'm usually more than happy to sign an autograph or pose for a selfie. My new contract only improves my mood, though I want to get home to Maya. When I step out of the bakery, the fans call out and I offer a smile and wave. Then, they approach. A few more minutes won't make a difference. My whole relationship with Maya has been dependent on patience. I can wait a few more minutes. I smile for a selfie with a couple fans and thank them for their well wishes. A few more people hurry over, having recognized me, and I give them the same treatment. It is more than easy to smile right now between the new contract and the woman I have waiting for me at home. One of them glances at the cake in my bag and chuckles. "That's a pretty girly cake, dude," he says, pointing it out to his friends. "It is for my wife," I reply, unable to hide my smile at even saying those words, thinking of Maya. Now, his buddies are laughing at the guy who made the comment. He tries to recover by repeating the words, "my wife," in a Borat accent as bad as it is dated. I still smile for the selfie with him and his buddies, then hurry to my car. She's on my mind during the rest of the drive, and not just because of the strawberry cake in the passenger seat. The smile that came to my face when I called her my wife in front of the fans stays with me. I just love how it sounds and how it feels. We've gone well outside the lines of our agreement, turning a business arrangement more personal. But even though we are literally married, we've never exactly discussed what that means for now or the future. But I'm starting to realize what I want it to mean. Anticipation buzzes through me as I reach my street and pull up to park in front of my house. No, our house. I grab the cake and hurry to the door, but that sense of joy doesn't last much past the threshold. There are multiple suitcases sitting next to the door inside. I recognize Maya's luggage immediately. The cake almost slips from my hand. I know what this means. She's leaving, but I can't process why. Everything had been going so well, at least, that is what it seemed. Seeing her packed and ready to leave without so much as a word has me questioning that idea. It can't have been going so well if she's ready to leave. Her shoes click on the stairs at a quick pace that slows as she nears. I don't want to look up, but I have little choice. She stops near the bottom of the stairs as I meet her eyes. It is dead silent in the house. Her expression gives nothing away, flat-lipped with hard eyes. "What's going on?" I ask, hating the pain in my own voice. "I don't understand." "We had an agreement, yes?" she replies, continuing down the last step and moving around me to her luggage, eyes not meeting mine. "We'd live together until my financial situation got fixed, and you got a contract extension with the team. We already took care of my problems, and you got your new contract." I did. An amazing one," I say, stammering but not coming up with anything better to argue my point. This can't be happening. How could I have missed it? Has she just been playing me this whole time? No. I might not be the most observant of guys when it came to women, but she wasn't faking her feelings. I will not believe that. "Now that we got everything we spelled out, there is no need for me to be here, is there?" she says, picking up her luggage. "Could you get the door?" I don't know what to say. For a long moment, I just stand there, staring between her and the door. Almost without a thought, I move to open it for her. She stands like a statue, resolute and unchanging. It is as if she has no emotion whatsoever, that she's turned them off. My fingers wrap around the doorknob. I see this future I thought we had been building slip between them, cold as the metal underneath. They refuse to turn the knob. If this is the end, I'm not going to look back and say I didn't put up a fight, that I just let it happen. "I'm not going to stop you from leaving if that is truly what you want," I say, still holding the knob, then suck in a breath for the resolve to continue. "But before you walk out that door, I need to say something." Maya remains a statue, holding her luggage, but the stone cracks around her eyes. They narrow, not helping my cause, but at least she's willing to listen. That is the straw I grasp at to continue. "You are right. We made an agreement, started this whole thing with a few goals in mind and succeeded at all of them. But I don't give a damn about that agreement, and I don't think you do either. If you did, we never would have taken things beyond it. We would have stuck to the words of that agreement, not gotten as close as we have." My fingers squeeze that doorknob like it is a lifeline, the only thing holding me up as I'm about to lose Maya. She stands as implacable as ever, face unreadable, though a slight frown has now joined those narrowed eyes. "I can't tell you what the future will bring. Nobody can," I continue. "What I can tell you is that the second I got out of Howard's office with my new contract, the amazing new contract I never would have gotten without your help, the only thing I wanted to do was rush home and celebrate with you. I would have been here sooner if I hadn't noticed the bakery." Her eyes dart to the cake in its container I'm still carrying. The frown deepens, but she is still that statue. I don't know if I've gotten through to her, or if I have, that my words have had any effect. I twist the knob and pull the door open. "Like I said, I'd never stop you from leaving if that is what you need to do," I say. "It is about the last thing in this world I want, but your happiness means more, even if it is away from me. But I want you to stay. To hell with our agreement. I think what we have built is much better than what either of us thought we were agreeing to in the first place. I love you, and I don't want you to go." My words hang in the silence that follows. Maya blinks. I see a shimmer of unshed tears. She has to feel something, even if it isn't the same. She steps toward the door, not looking at me at all. I hold my breath as she slows just before the threshold.
Chapter 23. Maya. Standing at the doorway, I am frozen in indecision. Unshed tears blur my vision as Alexi's unexpectedly tender words ring through my ears. I thought I had it all figured out, that leaving was the best option for everyone involved. But I realized just how wrong I'd been. It made sense after he left to sign the new contract. At least I thought that at the time. He got the contract. I got help with my issues. Everything had gone according to plan, so the agreement spelled out what happens next, me leaving. Now, I can't believe I even considered such folly. Yes, we have an agreement. one that spells out when the facade of our relationship would wind down. But he is right. We have not exactly been following that agreement recently. We've gone well beyond it, shattering that facade into something new, something real. That comes with the potential for pain. Before our relationship became real, there was no danger of heartbreak. You need feelings for someone for the end of a relationship to hurt. My unshed tears, the raw emotion in Alexi's voice are evidence that we have gone well beyond our agreement, that things are now all too real. I hate that I have caused him so much pain in a vain attempt at avoiding such heartbreak. Still, a clean break might be best, though I can hardly get the words out to say as much. Me leaving is best for both of us, I say, risking a quick glance into his eyes and finding them full of the pain I want to avoid. Lie to yourself if you must, he says, then steps in front of the open door, blocking my way and holds up his hands. But don't tell me you are leaving for my benefit, without even asking what I want. He holds his ground, waiting for some acknowledgement. I don't know what to say or even trust my voice enough to express it or anything. Maybe I've read everything wrong, or wanted to see it a certain way in order to protect myself. I can't say, but I should hear him out. A part of me hopes he will change my mind. I realize I don't want to leave, not really. I don't want to lose him, but I don't want to get hurt either. Getting my hopes up might cause even more pain in the end. Still, I give him a nod to continue. Like I said, I don't care about our agreement. I care about you. I can't imagine not having you in my life, not coming home to you, not waking up without you in bed beside me, he says with a tear rolling down his cheek. I want us to be what we've convinced the world we already are, a happily married couple. We are already man and wife, so it is an odd time to say it, but I love you, and I can't imagine life without you. My blurred vision clears as the tears fall. I wanted to hear his words, hoped he felt that way, even as it scared the hell out of me. The facade brought a certain comfort in its fakeness. We could play pretend with our feelings and nobody would get hurt. Maybe that is what freaked me out so much today. Acknowledging that those feelings are not as fake gives them power. Alexei doesn't wait for my reply. He steps close, looming in front of me. With an unexpected delicateness, his fingers cup my cheeks, and he leans close, pressing his lips against mine. The kiss starts almost tentatively, an invitation, a hope just the same as my own. Then it shares all his feelings in a way even the most heartfelt words fail to convey. I can't help but think back to our first kiss during our quickie Las Vegas wedding. It had been chaste, dutiful, and as performative as our original agreement required. Nothing more. Looking back, I can see feelings already budding even then. It is impossible to say exactly when things started to change between us. Those feelings bubbled up as early as our first official date at the festival, but everything happened so gradually that I hardly realized my feelings had changed until they were well on their way. Even then, I tried ignoring them. They offered little comfort before I realized Alexi felt something similar. The handles on the suitcases slipped from my fingers and they clattered to the floor. My arms wrap around Alexi, holding him with all my strength, as if he is the one who was just about to step out the door and leave me, not the other way around. His fingers ghost over my cheeks and down to my neck. Our kiss heats up. There is nothing chaste about it, or our feelings we share within it. I can't believe how stupid I have been to even consider leaving. The moment our lips part, I'm saying Zari over and over again. Alexi presses his forehead against mine and wraps his arms around me as tightly as I'm holding him. It feels like I cry out all the tears I could possibly have as he holds me. You were scared. I can understand that, he says, rubbing my back. I was scared as hell seeing your luggage by the door. Speaking of, do you think I can close it? I nod, and he slips away just long enough to close the door. It punctuates my choice. I've chosen him and the relationship we have built beyond the agreement we made. I push him against that door, and our lips meet in another scorching kiss. My fingers slide over his chest as our tongues dance. We stay like this for a long time, radiating in our shared feelings, letting out bodies say what words are incapable of expressing. My stomach growls, ending the kiss in a fit of shared laughter. Alexi pulls away and searches the floor. The cake box he'd been holding when I came down the stairs is off to the side, upside down. Inside the plastic clamshell, the cake has tumbled around, leaving streaks and globs of frosting sticking to the plastic. Not as nice looking as when I picked it up, but it should still be tasty, he says, grabbing it from the floor. I know you love strawberries. Fresh tears threatened to fall from my eyes. Here I was ready to walk out the door, no matter the reasons I thought made sense at the time. At that same moment, he was picking up a slice of cake for me, remembering one of my favorite flavors to boot. But it doesn't matter how stupid I might have been. We are together now, for real. That is the only thing that matters. I do love strawberries, I say, wrapping him in a one-armed hug, and I love you. We share a quick kiss as he moves us toward the dining room. With a shared fork, we devour the cake he bought as he tells me the details of his new contract. The scene mimics the domestic bliss of this morning when we shared simple words over pancakes, just enjoying our time together. That niggling feeling of my colossal stupidity and not seeing the writing on the wall then keeps threatening to come back. As if Alexei can sense it, he banishes it again with a kiss. Our hunger sated with the cake. A different hunger rises. Hands explore each other's bodies. Hardly the first time we've ever been intimate. There is something deeper now, a greater connection. We've expressed our love in words. Actions say it louder than even a poet could express. Every touch and caress carries the love we've admitted to sharing. It is almost like the first time all over again, and in a way it is. Again, we've done everything in the wrong order. Married before we even had feelings for each other. At least ones we even admitted to ourselves. Maybe now we've truly become man and wife. After neither of us have any desire to move from our shared embrace, even though the dining room table is far from the most comfortable of beds, I snuggle into the crook of his shoulder, holding him as tightly as he has me. He is right. Nobody knows what the future is going to bring, but I know for certain I'm not even thinking of walking out that door again. For the moment, that is more than enough. Being with Alexei is more than enough. I never expected I'd be in this situation, not in a million years, at the moment we came up with our agreement. But being here, I can't imagine any place I'd rather be.
Chapter 24. Alexi. Close your eyes, no peeking. I take Maya's hand and guide her out of the car. My heart is pounding with nerves, but at the same time, I couldn't be more excited and grateful for this moment in my life. The last 5 months have been a dream come true. Waking up beside Maya every morning never fails to put me in a good mood. She's gotten much more comfortable sharing the space too. Now, the house is filled with decorations of her own that make everything feel much more homely than it did when I was alone. The gallery building looms before me. Even though I've already done this once before, that was staged. Nothing was emotional. Nothing was real. This, however, is very real. This is a decision I made, though it didn't take much thinking. I know this is the right choice. I know how much Maya single-handedly improves my life every second I'm around her, and I never want to lose her again. Watch the stairs. I grab her other hand to help her in case she trips. She fumbles like a fawn, and I smile at how cute she looks. I'm so grateful she is able to trust me with her safety like this now. I never would have thought this is where my life would be at this point in time. When I was drafted onto a professional hockey team, I took a mental vow not to let anything distract me from my career. I could never go back to the way I grew up, and I certainly don't want to doom my future children to the same fate. I've worked so hard to get to where I thought would be my highest point, only to learn I'd never truly known happiness until Maya's heart was mine. I could have won 10 Stanley Cups, had shelves lined with trophies, but nothing would compare to holding her tight against me as we fall asleep. I quickly step in front of Maya to open the door, leading her in with my hand on her back. There are a few patrons milling about in the lobby. I'm glad I decided to book out one of the rooms for privacy. I give a quick wave to the employees who helped me set up this morning. They return excited smiles and silent claps. This all took a lot of work, planning, and secret keeping, but for Maya, everything is worth it. She deserves the world. The least I can do is make one of the most special moments of her life a perfect one. I set her up in front of the doorway so she will have a perfect view of the entire space once she opens her eyes. I take a look around the room, making sure everything is in place for this moment. And of course, I check my pocket, ensuring the most important item is present. Okay. I give her hand a squeeze and step away. Open your eyes. Maya slowly opens her eyes. I watch her, my heart pounding. What will she think of this? What if this is actually a really stupid idea in the first place? She looks confused for a few moments, taking in the space. Then, she slowly walks forward toward one of the pictures. I can see the moment she realizes. The room is full of pictures of us. The story of our love. All the wild moments we've had, planned and unplanned. There's our first public appearance, our date to the fair, even my fake proposal. All of it led us to where we are now, no matter how unordinary our story may be. A smile starts to take over my face as she wanders around in silence, taking in every single photo. I can see tears welling up in her eyes, and her mouth is open slightly in shock. My heart is no longer pounding away. I feel calm, confident. This is exactly where I'm supposed to be right now. Here, in this space, surrounded by our story, with the woman I love. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. I allow her to walk around the entire room and see each picture. There's a whole wall of candids I'd taken of her throughout our time that she hadn't even noticed. She pauses there for a while, amazed at how I've noticed her far before I confessed my true feelings. Finally, I take a breath, preparing myself. Then, I clear my throat. Maya turns to face me from across the room. Maya, I set all this up to show you how much I care about you. My voice is shaking, a lump in my throat. I swallow back the tears, trying to escape. Even when everything was supposedly a lie, I still cared about you. I had feelings for you, and I loved you. Maya wipes a tear from her cheek, and I resist the urge to rush to her and wrap her up in my arms. I need to finish this first. I need to go through with the entire thing. You deserve the world. More importantly, you deserve to have been in a real relationship and felt loved. I want to make up for all that time and actually do things right now. She begins to walk toward me, closing the giant space between us. My chest tightens as the tears become harder to hold back. Now that I can see every detail in her face, her eyes, I'm losing every word I planned. I reach into my pocket for the small box. I take another breath to stop myself from shaking, then bend down in front of her. Maya, I love you with my whole heart. Would you do the honor of spending the rest of your life with me? Maya whispers so quietly, "Oh my God." She closes the full distance, rushing up to me. Then, yes! I breathe a huge sigh of relief I didn't even realize I was holding in. Maya hugs me tightly, and I wrap my arms securely around her. I kiss the top of her head and rest my cheek there. Maya's chest falls up and down as she cries, but I know they're happy tears. She deserves to have this moment, just us, solidifying our future together. I'm so happy everything worked out today. She pulls back and holds my hand to look at the ring. This is beautiful. I can't believe this is actually happening. I'm glad you like it. I smile softly, studying her face as she looks at the ring in awe. Would you like to put it on? She nods eagerly. I take the ring carefully out of the box and slip it onto her left ring finger. Maya holds her arm out so she can see the diamond sparkle in the gallery lighting. Then she turns to me, bouncing up and down. "Thank you so much!" She jumps into my arms as I catch her, holding her tight to me. I have no plans of letting her go. Ever. Because now, she is real and truly mine. I feel her eyes flutter shut against my neck. "I love you." I smile, closing my eyes too. I enjoy the feeling of her head resting on my shoulder and the perfect intimacy of the moment. I love you too.
Chapter 25. Maya. I stare at myself in the mirror. I feel almost unrecognizable, and yet completely a vision of myself in my life at the same time. I take a deep breath just as the stadium doors are opening. The rink is decorated in beautiful arrays of flowers and lights. My eyes feel like they have total tunnel vision to the ground in front of me. I focus on not tipping over wearing skates under this very long dress. The fabric presses against my body, fitted specifically for me. Alexi wanted me to have everything I wanted exactly as I imagined for this day, including creating my very own dream dress. I step onto the ice and prepare to skate down the long aisle to the center of the rink. There are hockey sticks arched overhead to create a guide that leads straight to my very soon-to-be husband. His teammates are standing alongside the aisle in their very best formal wear. I've never known any of these men to dress up willingly. It shows their dedication and love for us, and I couldn't appreciate the gesture more. Flower girls, a few of my young cousins, skate around with baskets full of flower petals. Their voices echo through the large area as they giggle, throwing the petals at the audience sitting in the stands. Our families and biggest supporters are here. Everything feels incredibly perfect and exactly as it should be for this day. I can feel everyone's eyes on me as I begin to approach the absolute love of my life and my forever for the rest of my time alive. My eyes finally land on Alexei, and suddenly I can't look at anything else. He's completely focused on me. I can see tears welling up in his eyes as he looks at me. He stands tall, proud, and confident. Both him and I know this is the right decision. We're both as content as can be to do this. I slide up beside Alexei. I can see the details in his eyes now, and any nerves running through my veins immediately cease. My entire world is standing right in front of me, about to make the most important promise of all. Steve moves up beside us. We decided he should be our officiant. Naturally, he was the first to notice Alexi when he was beginning to fall for me. It only felt right that he should be the one to help us tie this knot forever. Friends and family, Steve begins. We are gathered here today to bring these two lovely people, Alexei and Maya, into marriage. Again. I smile at Alexei. He smiles back. I've known them both for quite some time. I could not be more honored to be marrying you today. You both make everyone around you smile. There isn't a person I know that has a single negative thing to say to either of you. I believe that you are truly perfect for each other. I can feel the tears starting to build for me now. Of course, I feel like we are perfect for each other, but to hear an outsider say it just confirms all my beliefs. Alexi is the greatest man I have ever met, and now I get to call him mine. Go ahead with your vows. Steve steps back to allow Alexi and I to talk to each other. I requested to go first to help with my nerves. I want to make sure I say everything I need to before I forget and lose this opportunity. From the moment you asked me to be your wife a year ago, I hear Alexi laugh and it makes me smile. I never realized that I was taking the first step toward my very real happy ending with you. My voice starts to shake. I take a breath to calm myself. I would love to stand here and say that from the moment I met you, I knew you were the one. But that's not true, and I think that makes our connection so much more special. We never had to put in work to build our relationship. We actually worked against it. Alexi smiles again. But we prevailed. To me, that shows that we are truly meant for each other. No matter how hard we tried to keep everything professional, fate would never have it end up that way. Our souls are forever connected, and we are meant to be. Alexi wipes a tear from his cheek as I smile softly. The world around us melts away as I finally have the words to tell him everything I want to say, everything he deserves to hear. I love you so much. My throat is tight, and I try to keep back my tears until the end. And I am so excited to spend the rest of my life with you. I love you too, Alexei says in a quiet voice. Then he clears his throat and begins his vows. I feel my heart pounding, though I don't quite know why. I know whatever he will say will be incredible and make me feel special. The anticipation is making me nauseous. Maya, I have always noticed you. Even though we barely interacted, I saw your generous and kind heart. I saw the way you made everyone around you light up. No one on the team was ever nervous to see you. They trusted you not to just sit them out. They knew that you would work with them as hard as you possibly could to get them to play. Tears well up in my eyes. Out of everything he could have said, I was not expecting him to talk about my work. I put my heart and soul into what I do, and no one has ever really noticed how I push back all the stress and worry to make sure I can comfort everyone around me. I feel incredibly lucky that I will get to call you my wife. Any man would love to have you, but I feel so special and grateful that you chose me. I promise to always make you happy and do right by you. I smile and meet his eyes. They are open and honest, no trace of insincerity to be found. I know you already said this, but I love you, and I can't wait to experience the rest of my life with you by my side. I sniffle quietly to a small chorus of ahs in the audience. Alexei, Steve says, you may now kiss the bride. Alexi takes me into his arms and kisses me. It's ever so soft but full of dedication and passion. I find myself wanting to melt against his body. The stadium erupts into cheers, claps, and stomps. Alexi and I pull apart, take hands, and go for a skate around the rink. My dress shimmers in the lighting. I feel exactly like a princess holding the hand of her Prince Charming. After a long hour of picture-taking, we step into the hockey-themed reception at a nearby restaurant. The team had reassured us that they had all the decorating and planning for this handled so that we didn't have to worry about a thing. I am so grateful to every single one of them for helping make this day a dream come true. There wasn't a single second of anxiety on our part. They made sure everything ran smoothly. They even each made a homemade dish, so we would have incredible food here. Steve makes the toast. To the lovely couple, may they have happiness until the end of their days. May all of their arguments be powerless against their love for one another. May they live the rest of their lives with each other by their side and experience nothing but peace and gratitude. Everyone clinks their glasses and takes a sip, politely clapping. Alexei and I take a moment to thank Steve for everything he's done for us today and the care and love he's always shown toward the both of us. I tap my glass and stand. A hush falls over the crowd. Friends and family, I begin, feeling much less shaky than I did when I was reading my vows. I would like to take the time to thank you all for coming today. Alexi and I appreciate your never-ending support in our lives. Without you, this day would not be as special as it has come to be. We would also like to thank our teammates for putting all of this together. They've spent so much of their time preparing this day for us to enjoy, and we cannot thank them enough. We are endlessly grateful for every single one of you and all that you've done. People clap, and our teammates give us huge smiles. I think I even see a few of them trying to discreetly wipe away tears. Now, I raise my glass. Let's party. Everyone cheers and whoops, taking large sips of their champagne. The DJ starts up the music and people rush to the dance floor. Heels are abandoned all over the room as the men take off their suit jackets. Alexei offers me his hand and I take it. Before leading me away, he pulls me into a tight hug. "How are you doing, Mrs. Maya Scott?" I giggle hearing my new name. My heart swells. This is exactly what I've been dreaming of for months on end. "I'm good. How are you?" "Good." He softly kisses me, making me giggle once again. "Proud to call you my wife for real now." "And you, my husband." The word feels foreign in my mouth. But right. Everything about this just feels right. "All right, Mrs. Scott," he says as the music turns slow and soft. "May I have this dance?" "You may." I take his hand and he leads me to the edge of the dance floor. People part to allow us through. We end up at the center. Alexei pulls me into his arms and starts to gently sway. I rest my head against his chest. I can hear his heartbeat, steady and confident. I take a deep breath, finally relaxing into my husband. I'm not worried about anyone else watching us as I savor this moment. Alexei's hand jumps to my hair, slightly playing with it. He rests his cheek on the top of my head. I let his warmth fill my soul. I can hear nothing but the soft music and his beating heart and slow breaths. We dance the rest of the night away, smiling ear to ear, surrounded by the people that we love, and hand in hand with each other. The night is magical and something we will both remember, clear as glass for the rest of our lives. Chapter 26. Maya. I'll never get the image of Alexei standing at the altar out of my head. He looked incredible in his suit, handsome and tall and masculine as he waited for me on the icy aisle. The hotel we're spending the night in is nothing short of extravagant. The grandeur is breathtaking, and everything is drenched in layers of shimmering gold, from the richly patterned carpets to the chandeliers that hang like glittering constellations from the high-painted ceilings. Our room seems like a different world altogether. It's as if we've stepped right into a classic Edwardian romance novel. The wallpaper circles the room in intricate floral patterns, bleeding into the golden hues of antique sconces that cast ethereal shadows. Heavy crimson drapes hang on either side of an expansive window overlooking the city's twinkling lights. A king-sized bed dominates the room, adorned with an array of plush pillows that seem to keep multiplying each time I turn my back on it. The sheets are spun of the finest silk, matching the color scheme perfectly in regal shades of burgundy and gold. The scent of fresh roses fills our senses as we step further into our temporary cocoon of opulence. A bouquet adorns a nearby table, petals still glistening from their baptism of water earlier in the day. In front of a mirror hangs Alexi's suit jacket, now void of its owner, as he explores the room with childlike curiosity. Like a moth drawn to light, his eyes fixate on the champagne cooling in a bucket by the balcony doors. With a graceful stride, he crosses the room, his hand reaching out to caress the neck of the bottle. His fingers, now devoid of their usual artist's grime, gently twist off the cork. The sound reverberates through the room, a pop that marks the beginning of our new life together. The champagne bubbles in our glasses, tiny effervescent stars capturing the golden glimmer from the chandelier above. He hands me a glass and raises his own in a toast. His voice is warm when he speaks, filled with promises that I eagerly reciprocate. Our laughter echoes against the Edwardian wallpaper as we make our way to the balcony. The chill of the night air cuts through the warmth of our room sharply as we emerge into it. Below us stretches out a sea of lights, twinkling like a galaxy poured onto Earth. As we sip on our champagne, Alexi's hand finds mine, and our fingers entwine in a comfortable silence that only two people so intimately acquainted can share. His thumb brushes over my wedding ring, a subtle reminder of the vows we exchanged hours earlier. When our glasses are empty, he sets his down on the white marble railing and turns towards me, enveloping my hand in both of his. There's an unspoken yearning in his eyes that draws me closer to him, his gaze hypnotic as it holds me captive under the starry skyline. His breath is warm against my cheek, his words soft whispers that weave a spell around us. To our life, he murmurs reverently, filled with love and endless adventures. Our lips meet in a kiss, the taste of champagne lingering between us. The world beyond our balcony seems to fade away, replaced by our shared heartbeat that serves as a rhythm to this perfect symphony of our union. His arms tighten around me, drawing me closer into his embrace beneath the silver glow of the moon that illuminates the night like a watchful guardian. There's a hush that falls over us, a quiet tranquility only disturbed by the subtle rustle of silk as we retreat back into our room. The bed, with its mountainous array of pillows and luxurious sheets, is an inviting sight. Alexi's hand never leaves mine as he leads me towards it, his pace slow and considerate. Once we reach it, he releases my hand only to gently remove my wedding dress from my shoulders, every inch revealed being met with loving gazes and soft kisses. Strains of some distant piano music filter into the room, setting an enchanting backdrop to this intimate moment. Even in this state of undress under the dimmed chandelier light, any remnants of discomfort or trepidation seem to dissolve beneath his tender touch. His fingers trace paths down my bare skin. Each kiss he plants feels like a hidden treasure unearthed. His reverence is reflected in his careful movements, and in return, I find my hand slowly unbuttoning his shirt, revealing the solid plane of his chest. The surroundings fade into insignificance as we move harmoniously, spinning our own universe in this room. The satin sheets feel cool against our heated skin as we sink into the luxurious bed, the cloud-like pillows cradling our entwined bodies. His eyes hold a flame that rivals the dancing fire in the nearby hearth, promising warmth and security. They speak volumes of love and adoration that words could hardly express. I look into them, getting lost in their depth, feeling cherished and wanted on this sacred night. Our two lovebirds can't get enough of each other, and we want more of them. Find all the spicy details you're looking for over at tylawalker.com. Using code SAVE40 will yield you super savings on some premium content. Back to our story. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylawalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 27. Alexei. As the driver pulls away from the airport, Maya can finally see the full view of the beautiful mountain range stretching in front of us. The Alps are one of my favorite vacation spots, especially during the summer when I'm missing the cold. I wanted to take Maya somewhere I knew she would love, and I would be able to give her the most special honeymoon possible. The familiar smell of the crisp air welcomes me as any sense of worry drains out of my shoulders. I see the most wonderful fields of grass and flowers with wildlife grazing among them. And of course, the snowy peaks reaching out toward the sky. This is beautiful, Maya whispers beside me. I told you. I smile and she smiles back. I'm incredibly excited to have an entire week to spend here, with just us, enjoying the mountains. We pull up to our luxurious cabin rental. It's nothing too big, nice and cozy, but with all the amenities you could possibly want. There is a private infinity pool in the back with a hot tub connected, a huge 2-person bathtub and a king-size bed to match. You really went all out for this, Maya says in amazement as she walks around the marbled kitchen. Anything for you. I grab her waist, swooping her into my arms. I give her a quick kiss before letting her go explore the rest of the house. My first plan was a private dinner at a 5-star hibachi restaurant. Even though I know Maya doesn't need me to spend my money in order to impress her, I want to give her the best experience possible. Besides, having the wedding at the rink meant I saved lots of money there anyway. More to spend for the best honeymoon ever. I watch Maya as she admires the chef cooking right in front of us. Her eyes are wide with amazement as he lights a huge fire. She looks so relaxed, so happy, so in the moment. I'm glad I could give her this time to not have to worry about a single thing. This is incredible, she says, shoveling a huge spoonful of fried rice into her mouth. I smile at her pure happiness. She's not worried about keeping up appearances because I booked this private room. She can act however natural she wants to, and I love to see her like this. I nod in agreement, taking a few bites myself. Everything tastes incredibly flavorful. It's all cooked to perfection, and the rice is just slightly crispy. I could get used to this, Maya comments, making me laugh. Yeah? Should I hire us a chef? Oh, absolutely, she jokes. Little does she know if she really wanted that. I would do it in a heartbeat. Anything that she wants, I want to give to her. The chef steps back and turns off the stove, allowing us to eat the rest of our food in peace. Thank you so much, Maya says, and he gives us a nod. Yes, thank you. I slip him quite a large tip. Oh, thank you so much, sir. He accepts the money with a wide, appreciative smile. He exits and Maya eats for a few moments before talking again. You always tip so much. Why? I smirk. Well, as they say, you can tell a lot about a person on how they treat waitstaff. She rolls her eyes. I already know you're a great person. You don't have to impress me anymore. I laugh. I know. I do it because I had it pretty rough growing up. You never know what someone is going through, so I hope that I can at least take a little of the financial burden away. Maya smiles softly, her eyes studying my face. I'm very lucky to have you. I smile back. And I'm the luckiest man in the world to have you. She abandons her cutlery to pull me into a tight hug. Thank you so much for this trip. Of course. I kiss her on the forehead, making her melt. Anything for my beautiful wife. Maya giggles happily at the word. I appreciate it, my handsome husband. She leans in and kisses me on the cheek. A few hours later, we sit in the hot tub and look at the stars. The light pollution is incredibly low here, and you can see so much more than back in the States. Maya runs her hand through the bubbles created by the jets as she rests her head on one of the built-in seats. She softly closes her eyes. With her not looking, I have the time to just stare at how beautiful she is. Even the ugly green light from the hot tub can't make her look any less pretty. Her braids are wrapped into a bun to keep them out of the water, allowing me to see her neck. She has a very kissable neck. I move next to her and gently press my lips just behind her ear, where her jaw meets her neck. She hums at the motion and opens her eyes to look at me. I pull her into my lap and continue to plant kisses along her neck and shoulders, admiring how her skin feels against my lips. Everything about her is just so perfect. There isn't a single thing I would change. She's my dream girl. She takes my face in her hands and guides me to kiss her on her lips. It's ever so gentle at first, then, slowly, turns more passionate. We both begin to press a little harder as her hands begin to grab at my hair, pulling it just slightly. I begin to deepen the kiss, biting down on her bottom lip. She shudders in pleasure for just a second before drifting away, a knowing smile on her face. Come back, I whine. Maybe later. She floats on her back looking up at the stars. Oh, fine. Of course, I had to take Maya skiing. Unfortunately, as it is summertime, only a small section is open with fake snow. Just swerve in and out like this, I demonstrate for her. To my surprise, she's never been skiing before. Maya immediately takes off, getting the swing of things very quickly. I follow closely behind her, keeping an eye on her skis just to make sure she doesn't misstep. See, you're a natural! I shout up to her, and I hear her laugh loudly. Her hair is gently blowing in the wind as she flies down the hill. I can hear her squealing gleefully as she picks up speed. I smile to myself at her enjoyment. I'm always so impressed at how fast of a learner she is. Maybe even a little jealous. Every single thing I've seen her do, even posing for the paparazzi, I would have guessed she'd been doing it her entire life. I slide up beside her and we glide along for a bit until we reach the bottom of the hill. What do you say we grab some coffee inside? I offer. Maya, breathless, responds, Sure, that sounds nice. We take off our skiing gear and pack it into the bags before returning it. The resort is a huge building looming in front of us with a very full parking lot. Inside, the atmosphere is cozy but busy. People, mainly newlyweds and couples, are everywhere. We manage to find a small table tucked away in a corner so we can at least hear each other talk. I offer to grab the coffees from the small cafe stand across the lobby so Maya can watch the other skiers outside the window. I'm so happy she seems to be enjoying this place as much as I do. I already know we'll have to come back for our first anniversary. I can't believe we're officially married now, and not just as a business agreement. We are truly in love, married, and enjoying our married life. I'll never have to worry about losing Maya again, because now she is mine. I take the coffees back to the table and Maya begins to sip hers. I let mine cool down for a few minutes first. I'm really loving this trip. Thank you. She smiles at me. I'm glad. I love this place. I rest my hand on the table and she takes it. I run my thumb over the back of her hand as I look at her. She watches out the window again. You're so beautiful, I say softly. Thank you. I sigh just looking at her again. I love you so much. She smiles, looking down, embarrassed. I love you too. Our eyes meet. I see her relax as we just hold eye contact for a while. Thank you for staying with me, she says sheepishly. Hey, I reach across with my other hand and lift her chin. I chose to stay with you. I want to stay with you. You never have to worry about me going anywhere, okay? Maya nods and I see a tear fall down her cheek. Whoa, I brush it away. What's wrong? She shakes her head. Nothing. I'm just really grateful for you. Maya takes a shaky breath. How about we go back and just stay in for a bit? Just relax. I begin to stand, helping Maya up as well. She nods and wraps herself around my arm as I guide her out of the resort.
Chapter 28. Maya. The Alps is definitely the most romantic honeymoon destination in Europe. There's so much to see and even more to do. I watch Alexei kneel beside a fire pit he's constructed from stones and fallen branches. Shadows play across his strong face, enhancing the rugged lines of his cheeks and jaw. He works diligently, his fingers deftly arranging logs and kindling in an intricate pattern that he learned during his years in the Boy Scouts. Bundled up in a chunky knit sweater against the chill, I curl up on a blanket, captivated by the magic of this moment and the man who has become my husband. I love you, I whisper. He smiles, looking up at me. I love you more. The fire finally catches, crackling merrily. The flames dance, casting a warm glow around our little camp. Alexei's eyes shine in the firelight, mirroring the same excitement and anticipation that resonates within me. Turning back towards me, he stretches out his hand. I accept it without hesitation, and he pulls me into his arms. The heat from the fire warms our bodies as we sit side by side on the cool ground, surrounded by pristine snow-topped peaks, piercing a darkening sky, filled with stars so bright they almost eclipse the moon. We are ensconced in our own little world of warmth amidst a sea of frosty white. The only sounds are the crackle of fire, rustle of leaves beneath us, and distant calls of night creatures beginning their nocturnal symphony. Alexi's hand finds mine, and our fingers intertwine, the rough pads of his calloused digits contrasting with my smooth skin. It's a tender gesture, filled with unspoken words and promises made beneath a starlit canopy in this Swiss haven. We sit there, wordlessly, as the fire continues to crackle, casting kaleidoscope shadows that dance over our joined hands. The air around us is crisp and fresh, carrying the faint scent of pine and snow. It's a peaceful moment, one that I wish to capture in my memory forever. His thumb gently strokes the back of my palm, a soothing rhythm that syncs with the natural symphony around us. I tilt my head to look at him. His profile is defined against the vibrant blaze. His lashes are thick, casting long shadows on his high cheekbones. I trace his features with my eyes, from his strong jawline dusted with rough stubble to his parted lips that are curved into a content smile. "You're so handsome," I whisper. Leaning closer, he gently tilts my chin upwards with his free hand. His eyes search mine, and in them I see a love so profound it steals my breath away. He leans in slowly, giving me time to pull away, but I don't want to. Our lips finally touch in a sweet kiss that tastes of shared promises and dreams. As we deepen our kiss under the canopy of stars, his hand leaves mine and slowly wanders to the side of my face. He brushes away a stray lock of hair with such tenderness that it sends shivers down my spine in stark contrast to the warmth of the fire. His fingers trace the contour of my face down to my neck and finally softly rest on my shoulder, gently squeezing in reassurance. Our kiss breaks, but our foreheads remain locked together, a silent confession of our shared intimacy. We gaze into each other's eyes, finding mirrors of our own desires reflected back. The bright fire throws flickering shadows across our faces, accentuating every detail. "I need you," I confess. Slowly, he begins to unbutton my chunky knit sweater. His large hands are gentle, his gaze never leaving mine as he peels away layers separating us. The sweater falls from my shoulders, landing on the blanket beneath us with a soft thud. A gust of wind bites at my exposed skin, causing me to shiver lightly. But Alexei's there instantly, wrapping his warm, strong arms around me. His body heat is like a cloak, warding off the cold yet not quelling the heat that pools within me. He smiles softly at my unspoken thanks, his fingers gently tracing patterns on my bare arm. The contrast of his rough hand against my soft skin makes my heart flutter. His other hand moves to rest against the side of my face, his thumb gently stroking my cheekbone, his actions whispering 1,000 words of love that he doesn't need to say out loud. His eyes drink in the sight of me, twinkling with an intensity matching that of the star-studded sky above us. I watch as his gaze travels across my face, down to where the firelight dances across my collarbone, and further down where my blouse covers me. With an ease born of familiarity, he begins to unbutton it. Each button undone feels like a new chapter in our unfolding story, a testament to our shared desire. My breath hitches as his hands move ever so slowly across the fabric. The blouse falls away, landing softly on top of my discarded sweater. The cold air kisses my exposed skin, but I barely notice it. Alexei's touch sends a different kind of shiver coursing through me. His hands resume their intimate exploration, tracing lines of fire down my sides, leaving me breathless. His firm touch against my waist sends spirals of electricity radiating throughout my body. My heart beats wildly in my chest, thundering against my ribcage as if attempting to match the rhythm of his own. His fingers, warm and calloused from years of labor, traced delicate patterns across the curve of my hip, venturing tantalizingly close to the edge of my skirt. His eyes are burning with an unspoken question, yet despite the heat of the moment, he is respectful, waiting for a nod of consent. With a shy smile, I grant him permission. My hands reach down to his shirt, a simple plaid number, and start undoing the buttons one by one. As I reveal his muscular chest to the cool night air, I gasp softly in admiration. His physique is sculpted like that of an ancient Greek god. We discard our remaining clothes hastily, each article being tossed aside in our feverish haste. The fire crackles beside us, casting an intimate glow over our bodies. Alexei pulls me closer. Our naked forms meld into each other. Skin on skin, heartbeat against heartbeat. He kisses my forehead softly before tracing a path down my face with soft caresses that leave me yearning for more. His mouth finds mine again in a sweet, languid kiss that leaves no room for doubt about his feelings. Our tongues dance a slow waltz of passion, each stroke leaving me aching for more. As he deepens the kiss, I lose myself in the sensation, completely consumed by him. The night around us is quiet, save for the soothing rustle of leaves and our intertwined breaths. Fractional sounds of our love seep into the still air, creating a symphony of whispers only we can understand. His hands begin to travel once again, moving with reverence and restraint that both tease and please. This chapter's heat level is off the charts. Too much for YouTube, in fact. But you can catch every sizzling detail at tylawalker.com. Don't forget to use code SAVE40 for a hot discount. Now, back to where we left off.
Chapter 29. Alexi. The final 30 seconds of the game are a blur of adrenaline and tension. We're up by 1 and the crowd's roar is deafening. Every player on the ice knows the stakes. This isn't just a game. It's the Stanley Cup final, the culmination of months of grueling practice and relentless dedication. I skate with a purpose, my eyes scanning the ice like a hawk. I'm a wall on defense, and the team needs me now more than ever. The puck is in our zone, and the opposing team is pressing hard. Their forwards are fast and aggressive, weaving through our players with practiced ease. I position myself between the puck carrier and our goal, my posture low and ready. The clock ticks down, each second feeling like an eternity. 29. 28. The opposing winger fakes left and darts right, but I mirror him perfectly, my stick outstretched to disrupt any pass. The crowd's noise fades to a dull roar in my ears as I focus on the puck. I block a pass attempt with my skate, sending the puck ricocheting to the boards. The opposing team regains control quickly, their center now charging towards the net. I race to intercept, my skates cutting through the ice with powerful strides. 20 seconds left. The opposing center winds up for a shot, but I throw myself in the line of fire, my body absorbing the impact. The puck deflects off my shin pad, but it's not over yet. The rebound is picked up by their winger, who snaps a quick shot towards the top corner. I dive, my stick outstretched, and manage to tip the puck just enough to send it wide of the net. The crowd erupts in a mixture of gasps and cheers. 15 seconds. The puck is still in play, and the opposing team is relentless. They cycle it back to their defenseman at the blue line, who winds up for a slap shot. I scramble to my feet, my eyes locked on the puck. I know this shot could be the equalizer. The defenseman releases a blistering shot, and I drop to one knee, my stick blade perfectly angled. The puck hits my stick and deflects high into the air, landing harmlessly in the corner. 10 seconds. The opposing team is desperate, pulling their goalie for an empty net and an extra attacker. I shout to my other defenseman, rallying him to hold the line. The puck is passed back to the point, and another shot is fired. I charge forward, my body a blur of motion. I block the shot with my chest, the force knocking me to the ice. 5 seconds. I struggle to my feet, pain radiating through my body, but I keep moving. The puck is loose in the slot, and the opposing forward pounces on it. I lunge, my stick knocking the puck away just as the forward attempts a shot. 3 seconds. The puck skitters towards the boards, and I push it further away with a desperate swipe. The crowd is on their feet, the noise reaching a fever pitch. The opposing team makes one last attempt, but I'm there, my body a barrier that they cannot breach. 2 seconds. 1. The buzzer sounds and the arena explodes in celebration. I stand there, catching my breath for a moment. I slowly begin to tune into the world around me once again. I'd been so focused on the puck, I hadn't realized my team was surrounding me, slapping me on the back. "We won!" Steve yells through his helmet, the chatter and the buzzer. "We won? I just won us the Stanley Cup." I let out a loud, triumphant yelp. I embrace Steve as he shakes me excitedly. The other team slowly exits the rink, their loss now written in stone. I break from the huddle and take a victorious lap around the rink. The crowd screams and jumps and claps. Some people are even crying. So many signs and posters and banners are being thrown in the air. I rip off my helmet and scream, making the audience go wild. I can feel my hair sticking to my sweaty forehead, but I don't care. I don't think Maya would mind seeing, as I just brought home the ultimate trophy. I see my teammates clearing the center of the ice for me. I skate into the spotlight as the crowd hushes, eager to hear what I'm about to say. To my teammates, everyone who works to keep us in the game, every single fan here and watching at home, and of course, to my beautiful wife, thank you so much for being here for this moment. Without all of you, I wouldn't be standing here right now, none of us would, let alone be holding the proud title of National Hockey Champions. The crowd roars and my teammates clap from behind me. Your love and support means the world to us. You guys are the fuel that keeps us going every time we step out onto this rink. Just remember that you can never be replaced in our hearts. We will always be forever grateful to each individual who stands by us no matter what, who shows us their support even against all odds. And of course, my wife, Maya Scott, has done the same. She stood by my side, fought for me when I didn't realize I needed it, just so I could be standing here today. I feel tears starting to fill my eyes. I start to scan the crowd looking for Maya. Finally, our eyes meet. We share wide smiles, passing along a secret message to each other. I reach out my hand, beckoning for her to come join me. She climbs down to the rink entrance. I come to her side to help her across the ice in her regular shoes. We stand in the center, Maya holding onto my arm. We're both beaming with the news at the tip of our tongues. She squeezes her grip to let me know she's ready. I love this woman with all my heart. I dedicate my life to her. Everything I do is for her. There's no one in the universe I would rather be with than Maya. I smile down at her. The audience awes at us, the perfect match living our perfect happily ever after. "We're pregnant," I shout. The room erupts into gasps and cheers. The team surrounds us immediately, screaming. I pick up Maya and just start skating around the ice, wildly yelling. There's a smile on my face so wide it hurts. I look down at Maya. She beams back up at me, incredibly happy at what we have accomplished together. We are both so excited to see where our futures lead us. Of course, the Stanley Cup was nice. The trophy will look beautiful in the display case in the lobby. But the real prize? My family.